All right. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. ربي اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Peace and blessings be upon you all. Thank you all for coming, and we are continuing our second day on Introduction to Missiology, or what we call like how to combat Christian missions. Now, who did the homework? Our question yesterday was before we leave. The missionaries are not harming anyone. They're doing great job. They are building schools, hospitals. They're helping people. Why wouldn't just leave them be? Who can tell me any answer? I don't want to do a group because that's going to take a long time. So anyone has any answer for this? Come on, I'm going to start with the discussion because I want you guys to wake up. Some of you still morning, some of you like it's evening. So yeah, I mean, missionaries are not doing anything. They're building schools, they're building hospitals, they're helping people, they're giving micro projects for people to do businesses, small businesses. They even give some people a visa to come to the West and give them immigration statuses. So what is the harm? Like why we don't just leave them as, leave them be, let them do whatever they want? Any answer on this,
Can
please?
you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's because there's like a hidden agenda,
Mhm.
basically. So they're doing it just to get something in return, basically. Just to
Okay,
convert people to Christianity.
okay. Yes, I see Sister Alfia is raising her hand. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I think same thing that the sister just said. I think it's once you start building those systems, right, then you're kind of grabbing people, attracting people to the religion, and then then they automatically are interested because they're being helped, and that kind of helps in the attraction to that
Yeah.
religion.
Yeah, just like I said about the rice Christians yesterday when I was talking about the experiment that they did with people in India, giving food and shelter for them, all that kind of help. But it actually turned out to be something negative instead of positive, even for the Christians, for the Christian missionaries themselves. Yeah, very good question. So the first thing is it's doctrinal change. So first of all, they are changing the religion from what Muslims believe as Christianity is a false religion to from Islam, which is the truth for the Muslims, to the false religion, from being a monotheist to Trinitarian, right? To believe in the Trinity and taking people out of the truth and taking them, basically to hellfire. That's what the Muslims believe, and this is actually, and Christians, of course, they believe in us the opposite. They think that we are the false religion and they are the truth, right? The second thing is cultural change. The concern that the religious conversion may also encourage the adoption of Western liberal cultural values. So we see that, let's say, in some of the Muslim countries now, they have things that people are not used to it, and it is actually negative more than it is positive, and it is breaking the bonds between the family members and the society, such as like drugs, such as like wearing those Western clothes where it attracts the other sex, and falling into the zina, into the fornication and into adulteress and all of these things. So yeah, it changes. Not only that, it changes them because they want them to be like them. And I'm going to give you an example. When the Christian missionaries came into United States 400 years ago, and they killed millions of the Indians, or what we call Indians, but they are the Native American, the indigenous people in America. They took their children and they put them in schools where they speak only English. So they basically, they did not teach them the language, or they did. like many of the Native Americans, I subhanallah, I just met a Native American convert last night. She came here from Michigan, from a different state, and she's looking for a place to stay. And we had this long conversation about, you know, about the indigenous people here. And she said that, she said, like, I don't know my language, my, because, you know, they put us in a school where we speak our own the English language. We dress like the Western, like the Westerners, you know, the pants and shirts, or like dresses, like back then they didn't have for the women, and so on. So they Westernize them in a way that make their um, you know, make their culture dissolve, right? And vanish. And many of the things have been lost because of what they've done. And we see that is happening also in Africa, right? Like people, they have their own language and things like that. And there is a video, I don't think that we have the time to show it to you today. Maybe if we have another session, I'll show it to you, that how they actually go into the villages and they invent writing language, and they use the Latin letters in order to you know, in order to teach them how to write, because many of these indigenous small tribes, aministic small tribes, they don't have a written language, they don't write. And so they have to come up with a language, and they use the Latin letters, and so they can translate the Bible to their language. SubhanAllah. Yeah, political alignment. Many of the Christian missionaries, they actually already did that, especially in the Middle East, where Christian Arab who used to be at certain point, like, you know, pro-Palestinians, and they used to fight with the Muslims when back then when we had those battles. Now they are pro-Israeli, you know, and they are fighting against Palestine, and they, you know, they're getting aligned with the Israelis. And I see also Muslims, unfortunately, like in the Emirates, and you know, I am in United States, so I can speak freely about that. Like in the Emirates and other Gulf countries, where now they are protecting Israel instead of protecting the Palestinians, who are the ones that they have been killed and they've been persecuted and taken out of their lands, right? Loss of trust in Muslim authorities. Many of the Muslims, how many times you hear this? Don't work with a Muslim. Work with a non-Muslim is better, because Muslims can, you know, they are thieves. They will not pay you, or like they don't treat you well, or something like this. You know, loss of the trust. Why? Because they see those Christian missionaries that they are always smiling at their face, giving them all the food that they want. They're, you know, and so automatically they start thinking by default that, oh, those are the honest people, those are the good people, because they give me all these gifts, because they are nice with me, they don't scold me, they don't criticize me, they give me whatever I want, right? And so people lose the trust in the in the Muslims, and even like in the governments, you know, when the government maybe are trying to do something good, but because also the people themselves, they're against them, instead of trying to the people trying to change the governments, they always criticizing the government, right? And finally, social division and sectarianism. Since I think since 9/11, you know that the racism have been on the rise, and it's actually getting really disgusting these days. And even like between the people groups themselves, that they speak the same language. So we see a lot of Arab Christians are being uh, racist against the Muslims, and they hate the Muslims, and they come with ideologies, or with threats, not threats, but accusations. I want to say accusations against the Muslims. So they say that, oh, we are the Christian, we are persecuted in the Muslim countries. You go to Jordan, you go to Syria, go to Iraq, you go to Palestine, and you will see that Muslims and Christians are living, you know, in peace with each other. But this is racism, this is prejudice, right? And you see Muslims, also some of the Muslims, that they speak always ill and wrong about the Christians or about the other people groups. So it is what they do is they make that division, because as Christians they want to claim that they are the only truth, right? And everybody is a false religion. And so what they do is, we know that the Christian doctrine is very weak. So most people who are weak, when they want to show themselves as they are better, right, they start what? Criticizing the other people. They start putting everybody down around them. And that's why we see a lot of those Christian supremacists. They are protesting against the Muslims, and they accuse the Muslims with the worst things. And unfortunately, the Christian missionaries, they did not only just create this, it went to the limit to separate countries from each other. Like, for example, we have the Northern Sudan and the Southern Sudan, right? What made Sudan to be separated by northern and southern is because of the Christian missionaries and what they did to the southern Sudan, that they turned them all to Christians, and the Christians, um, they couped against they turned against their own government, right? And they said, we want to have our own country, and so they separated themselves and they became the Southern Sudan. And so on. Like, we have also other countries like Bangladesh, I think, and Pakistan. I'm not really sure, about the Asia thing, but there is a country that happened the same way, where they separated themselves because of the religion. Yeah. And so Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, "O you who have believed, take not those who have taken your religion in ridicule and amusement among the ones who were given the scripture before you, nor disbelievers as allies. And fear Allah if you should truly be believers." So that was the end of our second lecture yesterday. Yesterday we took longer than we should because we had a guest speaker, and that was not actually in the agenda of my lectures. But now let's go ahead and start with the third lecture, which is about the Western evangelism, the evangelism in the West, the local missions. We're not talking about the world missions yet. And I know that many of you that live in the West, so this is going to be very important for you to understand, inshallah. Okay, Bismillah. See, someone wrote something in here. Oh, Brother Ali is writing something. He say it is not only changing the religion of Muslim, that is the first step to wider agenda to occupies the Islamic world, using Muslim childrens to rule the Islamic worlds. You mean world, right? Like alam. What we see in the Islamic worlds, as it was occupied and divided and implanted people of the lands to govern it in their behalf, their own puppets. Dr. Abdul Wahab Misari said decades ago, one day we will see Zionist Arab and Muslims speaking on behalf of the Zionists. And we see that actually already. We already see that happening. Yeah, Jazakallah khair, Brother Ali. Okay, so let's look at America, for example. Since I live in America, I know many of you that don't live in America, but we have a big group over here from America, and they, I consider myself an American Muslim, and this is very important for me as well. So we see that this is a very small statistics about the Christian, or not the religious groups in America in general. We see that all the blue over here mostly are Christians right here. See that? And then we have the green is the Catholics, So 2/3 of the United States are Christians. So when someone tell you that, many people they say, "Oh, America is not Christian. It's not based on Christianity." No, it is actually based on a Christian faith, right? While other religions like the Jewish Muslims are even less than 1%. We have more Jews in United States than Muslims. And yet they come to you, and it's so ironic. They come to you and they tell you, oh, the Muslims are going to conquer the world. They're going to dominate America. And they're going, I'm like, really? How? They're less than 1%, right? Okay, so let's look at all the donations of the Americans and where the money goes, right? We have about $617 billion that goes to the total charitable giving in 2025, around $151 billion, I'm saying billion, billion dollars that go to the religious organizations. That's also including the Islamic organization and other like religious. But of course, if you're talking about 2/3, maybe like 75% of that money goes to the to the Christian organizations that some of them, like many of them, are actually like not only charitable, but they have their own agenda in turning people to Christianity. Then this is a really big number, right? This is a huge number. And remember, I told you like there's about $2 million every year that Southern Baptist Convention collect, and 75% of that $2 million goes to the world missions, right? And it says over here that the religious giving increased by 2.4% in nominal dollars in 2025. So it is actually on the rise. And you see over here that religious is actually taking about 24%, while other services and other organizations take less money. We have about $1.1 billion that goes to the first 50 or the largest 50 organizations, uh, Christian organizations. And I think I have them here that they are written. Let me go to this website because I took that from this website. And yeah, oh, here you go. So it tells you like the revenue of each organization and how much money they are earning in 2025. So we have the Pioneers, number one, Ethnos, Reliant Mission, One Hope, SIM, USA, Central Mission, Charitable, World Help, Frontiers, World Venture, Jewish Voice Ministries International, and this is actually a Christian organization that they are Zionists, of course. Africa Inland Mission International, and so on, right? And it goes on like that. We have more, the list goes on. And most of these are actually Christian missions, as you see. Right. Now, you see over here, this is America over here, and we see that the majority of the population here are from the Protestant, and this is in the southern area, southern, eastern, and this is called the Bible Belt. So this is called the Bible Belt because most of the people here are Protestant, while you see the bottom side that they are bordered with Mexico and the Latin America, they're Catholics, right? And we have this green over here, those are the Mormons, right? So Mormons also, they are like great. So what I want to say over here that where does the money come from? Mostly it comes from the Bible Belt. So the Bible Belt is actually the engine of the Christian missions, and it comes from the south, mostly from like if I want to talk about the Southern Baptist Convention, because I studied that, most of the money comes actually from Louisiana and Texas. Like about 90% of the money comes from Louisiana and Texas. And that's crazy, isn't it? Right? So like when Christian missions trying to target the American Muslims or the Western Muslims in general, they target through three categories. Let's see, some other people are writing something. Wa alaikum salam, Brother Jamal. The biggest evangelists come from the US, of course, yes. Okay, yes. Yes, Jazakumullah khair. So targeting targeting the refugees or the newcomers. We don't want to say just refugees because now Trump have already closed the borders, and no new refugees we have, but we have a lot of Muslims that they come every year. We have the foreign students, And then we have, of course, they try to influence the public and the mass through the Islamophobic media, right? So these are the three categories that they work on. So let's talk about the refugees. Let's talk about the refugees. I made some studies over here about the statistics of how many people come. And of course, since 2023, the end of 2024, we don't have any refugees coming. So I have to go back to 2023 because we don't have any refugees. And most of the refugees that they come are Christians, they're not Muslims. But I want to go back to the 2023, and those refugees are still here until now, right? So we see that number one country that came in 2023 was Afghanistan and then Syria, subhanAllah, and those are all Muslims, right? And then we have Venezuela, Ukraine, South Sudan, and then we have Myanmar. We have Myanmar, also those Muslims. Sudan, they're Muslims. Democratic Republic of the Congo, Somalia, Central Africa, and then the list goes on, right? Yes. And so about the countries that they have hosted these countries, hosted all these refugees, we see that Turkey is number one because they hosted the Syrians, right? And then we have Colombia, Germany, Pakistan. Pakistan is a Muslim country, subhanAllah, Uganda, and then we have United States, number six. Now, bear in mind that a lot of these missions, they go to Turkey and to Pakistan and do a lot of, relief work there to help those refugees. But in the process, they also evangelize, right? So how do the churches, the local churches, evangelize or help? I don't want to say evangelize because like they are not really um, they're not really visible. And I don't think that they want to be visible because if they were visible, they would be criticized and probably would be stopped as well from the government because the government does not allow, people to convert people, by, hey, I'm going to give you food, but you have to come to church, for example, right? And we see this happening all the time. Like I have I live in Garland, Texas, and there is about a big apartment complex like about 7 minutes away from me, and they have all the Syrian refugees there. And in the summer, there were like three buses that they come and stop in that apartment complex, take all the kids and do like a summer program with them. And with that program, they give them biblical studies that they have like about 30 minutes biblical studies teaching them about Christianity, other than just like make them play soccer and ESL classes and music and all of these things. They also teach them all of these. So how do they actually work? Of course, they work through agencies. So many of these churches that they already registered agencies, they take the refugee from ground zero, from the airport. Once they come to the airport, they take them with a very good smile, take them and put them in a house or in the hotel, give them food, give them shelter, give them furniture, give them everything, right? And so what does the refugee will think? They're like, oh, look at those Christians, they're so nice, they're way better than the Muslims who kill each other and they don't help. And let's say many of these Syrians, they've been in Jordan for like 10, 12 years before they came over here waiting for the UNHCR and then waiting for the borders to open because of what Trump did, right? um they're like, okay, look at those Muslims in Jordan. They don't help us. They don't, they scold us. They put us in camps in the middle of the desert. While look at the Christian Americans, what they did to us. They're doing much better, right? And so many of these, like they do it through the agencies and they make themselves legal. Second, financial support. So they give them all they pay for their rent for at least 6 months. They help them with utilities and so on. They give them vocational trainings, ESL classes to work and so on. They give them emotional support. So they have also counseling. Many of these families that they come from war zones and they have multiple issues like emotional and psychological issues. So they sit with them and talk to them and change their cognitive behavior. We have also in-kind donations, as I said, food donation. Many of these churches, they already have their food banks, right? And also they do fundraising. So the more they collect refugees and they take pictures of them, take pictures of their children with consent or without consent, they put them on their social media and they fundraise money, through all these images and, influential images and videos. So this is a video of the same Moroccan guy. I keep I'm just like, so hold on. I want to see if I can. Uh, I want to stop sharing and share again because I want to share the music, not the music, but the sound with it. Okay, sure you can do that. Content only. No, I need also share sound. Um, okay, that's better. All right.
السلام عليكم.
Tell her what you want us to pray for in Egypt. I want to. You can get closer and zoom in. Tell her. I want to pray for stability, for good life, for good job, for good government, good policy, good rules in our area. Egypt is a big leader in Africa or all the world. I want everything is good for my country. Okay.
Very good.
Thank you. And we will do that for you.
Yeah, I want you to pray for me, right? Okay, this is also another lady. She speaks in Arabic, but I probably gonna try to translate to you in English. She's a Syrian refugee in Jordan, and she lives in one of those um should we call it like the camping. This is about like the video is a little old, but it's still valid until now because now they're stronger than even way before that.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله
She
وبركاته.
says, Salam alaikum wa
أنا أعتذر
rahmatullah.
بالله من اللاجئين السوريين في الأردن.
She said, I am your sister in
أنا
Allah
طبعا اليوم طلعت هذه
from
المقابلة بس
Syria.
عشان الشيوخ
I am
الإسلام
here
يشوفون شنو فيه،
because I want to
شنو في
show you
موجود
the books
عندي.
that they are
كتب
giving us.
الإنجيل.
Those
طبعا
are
هذه كتب
Injil, which
الإنجيل
is the Gospel,
تتناس
the
علينا.
New Testament,
إحنا أول شيء
basically.
أراوغ
We are,
وأيتام.
she
استغلوا
says that
بطولتنا
my
إحنا أراوغ
children are
تعطينا
orphans
لحالنا.
and I am a
ضغطوا علينا
widowed,
على
and
البيوت
a lot
وأعطونا
of
هذه
us
الكتب
like
وقالوا
widowed.
إنه لازم
And
نتركيها ونحفظها.
while they're giving the
عشان إيش؟
food, they
عشان
are
يساعدونا
also
إذا
giving
راحوا
us
البيوت عشان معونا.
those books.
يعني هم يعني قاصدين إنه يشترون ديننا عشان الفلوس عشان المال.
Yeah.
يعطونا مال ويشترون
She
في
says
ديننا.
that they are
طبعا
giving us
أنتم الشيوخ
money
الإسلام
as they
أنتم ما
are
تقدرون في
buying
هذا
us,
الشيء.
like
هذا
they are
الكتب هذا
buying their
كتاب الإنجيل.
religion,
هذا
our
وهذا
religion.
طبعا كتاب الإنجيل.
This is
طبعا هذا
also
توزع على أكثر من 20 عائلة بس عندنا.
She said that this is the Injil, which is the New Testament, and it has been, she said that it has been distributed for more than 20 families around my community. So yeah, I actually have this Injil right here, the same one. Yeah, I have it right there. You can see it from my, so yeah. Subhanallah, subhanallah, right? And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, they swear to you so that you might be satisfied with them. But if you should be satisfied with them, indeed Allah is not satisfied with defiantly disobedient people. Now let's go ahead and do some kind of discussion how to help the refugees in combating evangelism, especially the ones that they live here in the United States or in the West in general, where they have a big mass of refugees and they are being exposed to the Christian missions. You as a Muslim that live here, how would you help those refugees to combat the evangelism? And I'm going to go ahead and open the rooms, inshallah. So let me go ahead back to the rooms. I'm gonna do about 3 rooms. I think we did 3 rooms last time, right? Sign manually. So I'm going to start with the ladies first. Sophia. Doja, are you a girl or a boy? Are you a man or a woman? Doja, can you tell me? And Infinix, I think that's a brother, right? Mariam. No, no.
Salam alaikum. No, it's a man. Duja is Jamal actually.
Oh, okay. Mashallah. Jamal. Okay.
That's my email. The Dujam.
Oh, okay. Mashallah. Mashallah. Okay. I'm gonna give you about 10 minutes for the first. I always do that for the first one because I want you to get to know each other, inshallah. And then after that, we'll go from there, inshallah. All right, so I see only two classes, 10 and 12 people. I don't know if I need to separate the women to two groups, but no, let's just do one group. And please, I want you to assign one speaker here, one speaker to collect all the ideas and all of them. And please don't take too long. If you have, like, if you can just talk about one point for 30 seconds each, so we will have more time to discuss more things. And when you come back also, try to concise your points to be short because this is a very long, we still have more to talk about and we're going to have more discussions. So just for the sake of time, please try to make the time concise. And please, when you come on the microphone, even like between each other, try to make it as short as possible and just talk about your point straight to the point, inshallah. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and open the room, inshallah. Okay. Please accept the invitation. Please accept the invitation. Get into the room. Jazakumullah khair. So the ones that are still with me, like Thabita, Nagma, and Hiba, I have sent you an invitation to get into the room. So please go into the room so you can have the discussion with the other sisters. I would really appreciate it. Unless you want to stay just and hang with me, I don't mind. But I want you to benefit from the discussion, inshallah. Yes, Brother Jamal is saying. Okay. Okay, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you all for coming back. Brother Jamal was mentioning in the text message or in the group chat, he says that the Bible is not Injil. What is mentioned in the Quran, the Bible is Kitab al-Muqaddas. Yes, and yeah, you're right about that. We have talked about this in a different workshop about the difference between Injil and Kitab Muqaddas and Ahd al-Qadim, Ahd al-Jadid. We did all that. Alhamdulillah. But most the ignorant Christians or the Muslims, they don't know, so they think that this is the Injil, and and the Christian missionaries also, they try to emphasize that this is the Injil and you should read it. This is the Injil of Jesus, right? And you should read it and so on. This is a part of the of the process of as an evangelist or a Christian mission. So, all right, Jazakumullah khair. Let's go ahead with sisters first. Yesterday, we didn't have the opportunity to hear the sisters first. So, who is the speaker for the sisters?
It's me, Sister Alfia.
Okay, go ahead, please.
So we talked about, basically, as you mentioned, there are Christian agencies that sort of meet these refugees, right, from the point when they entered the country at the airport. So what we kind of were thinking is, could we have, we need to compete with these agencies and set up a connection of a network of Muslim organizations that can support them financially, sort of compete with them. I know we have organizations like ICNA Relief and HHRD, but could that be a lot more organized? Could that sort of start at the point where they are at the airport? So just building this network and support system. I think the other thing, just to counteract where the buses came and sort of took them to like Christian camps, could organizations, whether it's masjids or again these whether it's Islamic Relief or ICNA Relief or other Islamic organizations, kind of organize like Islamic camps, right? Specifically for kids of Muslim parents. So we talked about that. We talked about, like, again, just, when they arrive, spreading a little bit more, maybe Muslim organizations can do awareness and orientation sessions with them. And maybe, I think one other thing is, one of the sisters mentioned that, sometimes we as Muslims don't know our own religion, right? We mix religion and culture. So again, just continuously educating ourselves so that when we come in contact with refugees, we can also kind of say the real truth of Islam. So, and lastly, connection with masjids. Could masjids also work with these different refugee organizations to maybe invite them to their own masjids and congregations? That's
Very
what we
good.
have.
MashaAllah. Very nice. MashaAllah. Brothers, who is the speaker for the brother? Jazakallah khair, Sister Alfia, and all the sisters that they participated in the discussion. Who is the speaker for the brothers?
Sister, can I speak? Assalamu alaikum.
Who is this? I'm sorry, I can't even see.
Yeah, this is Imad Deen.
Okay.
So,
Sure.
sister,
Yeah, go ahead.
so we have experience from Kansas with the refugee population, and I know HHRD and ICNA Relief, they try to help. But there is one more point I always think in my mind. I'm glad you brought up this discussion. In
Okay,
addition to
I'm sorry, I have to stop you. Were you actually in the discussion with the brothers?
in discussion with the brothers.
Yes, were you in the discussion with the brothers? Were you discussing with the brothers? Are you the speaker for the brothers?
No, no, no,
Yeah,
I'm not
no,
in the
I'm
discussion.
sorry. We don't have time to talk about side, because you have to be with the group. Yeah, I can't let you talk. I'm so sorry. For the brothers, my question is very specific. It's like, how can you help the refugees We're not actually talking about problems right now, or I will give you all the time to talk about your examples and what is happening in your country or your state. Please forgive me, but because the time is very concise and I'm trying to finish that, we have a lot to discuss about. And I'm so sorry, brother. I'm not trying to cut you off like this, but I want to see anyone from the brothers who were in the discussions and you discussed with each other. Who is this? Who can be a speaker here? Speak for them.
Assalamu
Yes,
alaikum.
brother Amr, go ahead.
There was
Yes.
somebody in the group. There was somebody in the group who spoke to you. I don't know who it was.
Okay.
Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, let's brother Abu Bakr Faisal, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. In a nutshell, what I heard from our brothers put together, even though I could not add mine, so I will still leave my own beside and then put together their own. In a nutshell, what we were able to put together is that most often than not, the Muslim community do not place their priorities properly. That is, we do not put money where it's supposed to be put. And we end up putting money rather sometimes even in the hands of the non-Muslims, and even to strengthen them. And the brother was giving an example of an amount of money, about 3 trillion being given to the United States president. And he thinks that if really Muslims put some of these resources where it's supposed to be put, some of these challenges would be something very easy to handle. So majorly, we misprioritize where we place our resources. And then also, we allow our people to be vulnerable sometimes. We do not rise at the right time. We end up having our people being vulnerable, and the non-Muslims take advantage of the vulnerability, because a desperate man will always make mistakes. When you are in a state of desperation, you can easily fall to become a prey to the one who is hunting. So this, in a nutshell, is what our team had been able to pinpoint, that misprioritization and also not acting when and as fast as we should. So usually these two things makes us much more vulnerable and makes our refugees already find themselves in a cage, wherein before we even try to go for them, the hunter might have finished with them. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala save us. I don't know if I've fully spoken the full mind of my group. Yes.
I think you did a great job. Jazakallah khair. Brother, I didn't know that your name is Maryam, but I don't know what's your name, but Jazakallah khair for this is a very good point that he wrote in the text. He said, I just have one small comment based upon refugee service in Kansas. Our wider Muslim community would need to give time and money for refugees help, because ICNA and HHRD have very limited capacity and resources to help out. And this is so true. You have to bear in mind that Muslims are less than 1% of the population here in America, while 75% of the population are Christians. So all the money, that's why Christians have more resources. They have more, and when I tell the Muslims that many of the refugees I discuss with them is like, I run a nonprofit organization. It's called American Islamic Diversity, and we do the same thing like what ICNA does. But again, we have limited resources. I keep begging people to donate for our organization. We don't get the funding even to pay for the gas of the food truck. We have a monthly food bank in Dallas and in Tarrant County, and we don't even have the money to pay for the gas for the when the buses were taking the students to the children to the church. We had an alternative, and we had Mecca Masjid just like 5 minutes away from them, and we opened it. Alhamdulillah, they gave us the space. I had teachers that were ready to teach this Islamic studies and Arabic, and we told the parents to come and register, but we did not have the money to pay the teachers, so we charged them only $25 a month, like for the whole program. $50 for the whole program, okay, per child, which is really low, right? And we said, like, whoever cannot pay, they can come and talk to us and we will give them free. Wallahi, that's what happened. And the parents still did not want to pay. Why? Because they preferred to go with the free stuff. They didn't want to go. So that's another also thing that we need to train our refugees on. The mentality is like, not everything free is better, you know? And we didn't have the money actually to pay for our, and $50 is nothing, like comparing to, I don't want to say other organizations' names, who will charge 500 and 700 per child per month in their school, right? You know better, guys, especially the ones that they go here in Dallas, right? And subhanallah, it is so true that our resources are very, very limited, and because we are less than 1% of the population, and almost 90% of the Muslims that they live here, actually they live under poverty, just to let you know. And the ones that you see that they are giving money to the masajid to build masajids, and those are less than 1% of the population of the Muslims. Not all of them, not all the Muslims are educated and have degrees and have jobs and so on. Yeah. We have over 10,000 families here in Dallas-Fort Worth that they live under poverty. I'm talking about the Muslim families. Yeah. So Jazakumullah khair. Now, before we talk about how we help them, I just want to talk about it from a law perspective, from the legal perspective. What is acceptable? Now, we know that is it wrong that a church or a Christian organization like Catholic Charities, for example, help those refugees? No, it's not wrong. It's okay. But what is acceptable when they come and help them? Now, I want to act like I am a Christian missionary and I'm coming with a box of food. So what is acceptable, and maybe would be like a least acceptable? Now, if I just come and give them the box of food and say, thank you, God bless you, this is your food, that's okay, no problem. Okay. But generally defensible when I come to them and say, here's your food package. There are no religious conditions. Separately, if you voluntarily want to attend a Bible study or talk about Christianity, see, I'm not actually putting any conditions to them. I'm just telling them, hey, by the way, there is a meeting in Arabic that we do in the church if you would like to come and attend, right? So that would be one, right? Now, second is potentially unlawful or contrary to the humanitarian rules. When I come to them and say, you need to attend this Christian service or listen to the evangelism before receiving your food. Like, I'm going to give you the food anyway, but you have to listen to me when I'm talking to you about Christianity. See, that's second. Now, totally unacceptable when I come to them and say, offering additional food or money or housing or immigration assistance or other essential benefits, specifically as an incentive to convert, like as a conditional giving. Like, I'm going to give you this, but in return, you have to listen to me and come to church with me and, and become a Christian. So what is acceptable, really? None of these are acceptable. The best thing to do, just like American Islamic Diversity do, like ICNA does, like Islam Relief does, we go, give them the food, give them the shelter, give them, and welcome them with a big smile. If they want to hear, if they have any question about Islam, they're welcome to ask. But we don't convert anyone and we don't push that on anybody. Does that make sense? Inshallah. So the UNHCR's humanitarian principle of impartiality says assistance should be provided according to need, regardless of religious belief, while neutrality and independence require humanitarian objectives to remain separate from religious or other non-humanitarian objectives. UNHCR literature specifically recognizes the controversy surrounding proselytism among displaced people and highlights the concern about making aid conditional or on conversion. Sorry. Okay, so how can we help them, help the refugees? First of all, we have to educate them by knowing their rights. And I'm going to tell you something happened to me. There is an organization, a Christian organization that we are partner with, and they give cars for free. Like every 4 months, they give cars, and they want another organization like me to elect a family where they, they will do that. And the family has to have like the father have, or like the provider has to be working. They have no car, and they need some help, right? So I learned about this organization. I talked to the people there. I'm like, okay, that's cool. And I didn't know that they're Christians. They didn't tell me that they are Christian missionaries. So this is what happened. That was last year. Subhanallah. So I did all the paperwork like it should be. It took some time. It took like maybe 3, 4 months until this family, it was a Syrian family of 6 people. They needed a car. He's working. He takes Uber. He has a child who is sick. He has to take him to the hospital and doctors all the time, and he doesn't have a car. He has a driver license, so that's a good thing, right? And then after that, they asked me, "Hey, we want you to come on this such and such day, where we're going to, make a celebration and give you the car." I'm like, "Okay," and they wanted me to be there as well. I said, "Okay, that's great. I'm gonna be there, and I want to see what's going on." So I go over there with the head of the family, who's going to be receiving the car. He's Muslim, right? And while we're there, and they asked me to talk about their story and how they came to United States. They talked a little bit, I was the translator, so the man was telling about his story, how he came over here and how he was struggling in the war, blah blah. And then after that, they gave him the key. And before they gave them the key, and he said, "I just want to let you know," that's what he said, the person who was giving us the car. He said, "I just want to let you know that we are Christian based. We're going to pray, if that's okay." Now, praying is fine, right? I said, "Yeah, sure, but I will not." That's what I told them, because I do this. I'm very strict about this. I said, "You go ahead and pray. I'm going to just step into the back." And why I do that, I know that some Muslims, they wouldn't mind. They would just stay there and just look around and don't do anything, because I come from a Christian background, and they used to do that to me all the time when I first became a Muslim. Like my mom would bring a pastor or someone. So I'm doing it from a personal experience, and sometimes they put their hands on me, like do all the magic things, sihr thing. So I'm like, no, I'm not going to be. I told them, I don't associate myself with your religion. I disagree with you. I'm just going to stand in the back. Of course, the other Muslim guy, he was shy, so he just stood there doing nothing. He was just looking around while they're praying. I'm like, okay, that's cool. No, it did not stop right there. Here's what happened after this. He said, "Well, we're going to give you the key inside this book." And of course, what was that book? It was the Bible. It was the Bible in Arabic, where they can't, read the Arabic. And I looked at the Muslim man and I said, "By the way, you can say no. This is your right in America." And he looked at me, he looked at the other guy. He didn't know what to do, so he took the book and he said, "Thank you." He took the book. And then, of course, he got the key. Everyone was like cheering him up while he's driving away and everything. And then I looked at the guy and I told him, "By the way, I was Christian and became Muslim. And I would love to sit with you and talk to you about your faith. And I would like to share my faith." Now, what encouraged me to talk to him about my faith, because he is also imposing his faith on me. You see what I'm saying? So I said that. And of course, like after he drove away, the man, he called me back and he said, "What should I do with the book?" I was like, "Why did you take it in the first place? You should, it was your right to say no," because he did not know his right. And he was thinking like, hey, if I don't take the book, then they're not going to give me the car. No, they're still going to give you the car, and you can say no, stop. But they don't know how to say stop, because they think that it is as it is like a, "Hey, I'm returning a favor for you." This is a psychological, and by the way, this is a psychological thing that Christian missions, they do, right? Okay, so just say no, it's okay. The third thing is we need to give them Islamic education. Many of these refugees that they come because culturally, just like Brother Abu Bakr said yesterday, culturally, they just like, they were born Muslims. They think that, okay, we're just Muslims because we're just like everybody else. And all what we know is just pray and fast Ramadan. That's all what they know of the Islamic education. But it's very important that they learn the religion. They learn the religion. They have to know the boundaries. They have to know the aqidah, the doctrine, right? And of course, like like the brother said, that we have to have, and the sister also Alfia said that we have to have alternative Islamic organizations that they will eventually take place instead of these, and we have to make the refugees to know that there are alternative Islamic organizations, and those Islamic organizations are better. Because here's what they do. They say, oh, we went to ICNA. They didn't give us anything, but we went to the Catholic charities and they paid for our utility, right? Or like, we went to the Islamic organization and they were so rude with us and they kind of kicked us out, while the other people, they were smiling at our face, and they gave us everything. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, all you who have believed, do not follow the footsteps of shaitan, and whoever follows the footsteps of shaitan, indeed he enjoins immorality and wrongdoing. Now let's talk about the second category, which is the foreign students. Now, I did also a study about the foreign student. Statistically, this is from the government website, by the way, how many students that they come every year. Excuse me. So we see that from India is number one. We have about 331,600 that they come from India. Almost 14% of them are Muslims. We have China, 277,000, about 1.7 Muslims, and so on. And when we have Nigeria, about 50% of them are Muslims. We have Bangladesh, almost 100%. They say 90%, but they're almost 100% that they're Muslims, and so on. And we have also other countries that they come from other people. And subhanallah, this is what I see. I used to work at Walmart back in the days, like about 10, 15 years ago. And there were some Saudi, I used to work at Walmart next to SMU. And SMU, they have a lot of Saudi students there. And when they come, they are like, the woman would be like wearing full hijab. The brother would be like, Assalamu alaikum, wa alaikum salam, and so on. He's coming by himself or with another brother who is Saudi, and so on. And then after a year, I see that girl, same customer comes to the Walmart, but with no hijab. And the brother, basically, he has in his hand like another girlfriend with him, that she's probably American or like, whatever, nationality. And so what happened to these students? What happened to them? They basically waive their Islamic identity, and they westernize themselves. And many of them, by the way, they become Christian, and they come back to Saudi Arabia and they call them undercover Christians, right? And they start evangelizing inside, like they have their own cells inside the the Muslim community, where they have their own meetings, or sometimes online meetings, and so on, where where they practice their own religion as a Christian. And now let's look at our students in our days. They are actually Gen Z. And it's a deeply problematic for a lot of people who would like to talk about the Gen Z. Those are the ones that they were born between 1996 to 2011. They were born with electronics. Like for me, I'm a millennial, right? And I lived the era before the electronics, before the internet, before the AI, and I lived after. Those people, the 1996, they did not have the AI, but they have all the electronics like TVs and phones and cell phones and all that, and so on. And let's talk a little bit about the Gen Z who are Christians already. who are Christians already there, because I couldn't find any studies about the Muslims, and I couldn't find about like in general, but there are churches and some Christian websites, they have their own studies about the Gen Z. So let's talk a little bit about their personality. So they say around 68% that they go to church, 46% of them that they love to evangelize and talk about their faith. 47%, of course, I'm talking about the Gen Z Christians, that they are Christians. 47%. But however, although they're so energetic, they're so enthusiastic, they love to share, their influencers. A lot of them are influencers on YouTube and on social media and so on. But when you actually study their personality and their theology and what they believe in, you see that 47% doubt God when tested. So they also believe that that all religions can lead to God. So they don't believe that, many of them, they don't believe that, hey, there is a truth and there is wrong. No, there is like, my truth is different than your truth. All right. Yeah, maybe you have a truth, maybe your religion will take you to heaven, but I know that my religion takes me to heaven. Okay, so you see that they are a little bit more tolerant than other people, but at the same time, they don't have a solid foundation in doctrine. And by the way, you see that also in our Muslim community. Our children, they don't have that solid doctrine, knowing that Islam is 100% correct and so on. Right. So those people are called postmodernists. Now, modernists, back then when we have the modernism, like like default information, those default, we call them in Arabic musallamat, those default information that we know this is right and this is wrong, right? Quran and Sunnah is right, anything else is wrong. Now we have the postmodernism. They say, no, whatever you believe of the Quran is right, and what I believe of the Quran is right. I don't believe in the Sunnah, you believe in the Sunnah, right? And so on. So, and they always skeptical about everything. They always, and many of them, they became atheists because they have all these questions and they don't want to, stand on a solid ground. They always ask questions where it actually take them out of the religion, take them out of spirituality. It is a broad intellectual and cultural movement that questions the idea that there is one universal objective way of understanding truth, knowledge, morality, culture, or society. They are skeptical about everything. Their perspective matters. That means my truth is different than your truth. Whatever I believe in, that doesn't mean that what doesn't mean that what you believe in is right. Okay, they believe that language shapes understanding, and we see that also as in the Muslim communities. We see that the Muslims in United States are different than the Muslims in Pakistan. They're different than the Muslims in, and we used to call it culture, because of the culture is different. But it's not. It's actually also the language and the way that we interpret the language, especially interpret the Quran in the language, within the language concept, we see that actually changes a lot of meanings. Like, for example, the Arabic language is the original language, but then we have some people, they say, oh, you don't have to study the Arabic in order to learn the Quran. Just read the translation. This is enough. And because of that, by the way, it shapes a new ideologies different than the original, the language of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And so that's why we see some people that they go beyond and they start innovate things in the religion because of the change of the language, not only just the culture. Power and knowledge can interact. Some postmodern thinkers examine how institutions and social power influence what societies accept as legitimate knowledge. And so suspicious of fixed categories, for example, religion and so on, multiple interpretations. So that's why we have so many now people who want to interpret the religion and Quran as they want. So now we have the Quranists, we have those they call themselves New Age Muslims. We have Al-Mujaddidun, they call themselves different languages, different namings, and so on, because they think that my way could be the true way. Then after that, after the postmodernism, now we have what we call meta-modernism, which is like basically it's in between the modernism and the postmodernism. And I'm going to show you some of the, because of the time, I'm just going to go over here to this comparison between the modernism, postmodernism, and meta-modernism. So for example, about the institution, the modern tendency, they say religion authority is respected, it is the truth. The postmodernism, they say institutions and power are questionable. But the meta-modern tendency, they say they critique the institutions and they say, while rebuilding meaningful communities. And this is what we're supposed to be, that kind of people. The meaning of the religion. Meaning is discovered through established framework. That's for the modernism. The postmodernism, they say meaning is contextual or constructed, but the metamodernism, they say actively pursue meaning despite uncertainty. So yes, I don't have all the answers for that religion, but I know there is an answer, and I'm still gonna believe, even if I couldn't find the answer. Spirituality, the modernism, they say, often institutionally organized. The postmodernists, they are atheists, so they always, question this, often individualized or deconstructed. But the meta-modern, they say, possible return to ritual community, transcendence, and sincerity. And many of these people, what they do is when they return, they don't really return to the original religion. What they do is they go to other innovations other than the true religion. And we have the attitude, the modernists, they say, I believe there's only one truth. And the postmoderns, they say, how can you know that this is the truth? And then we have the meta-modern, who they say, I have questions, but I choose to believe and pursue truth. And there is also pro and con of each person of that people. And so these are the three categories of the students that we have. And most of the students, very few of them that you see that they are modernists. Most of them are postmodernists, and very few of them that they are meta-modern, not because they are questioning, not because they are trying to pursue something. They're saying like, okay, just I'm going to believe because my parents are, that's what they want from me, and so on. Yeah. Yes, of course you can screenshot it. No problem, inshallah. Yes, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that is because Allah is the truth and that what they call upon other than Him is falsehood, and because Allah is the Most High, the Grand. Now, here's our next discussion is how to protect the students from evangelism. What would you do to protect their religion? Like I'm talking about those students, not only the ones that they come from overseas, our students, means our children too, who go to public schools, our children who go to colleges and universities. How can you protect their deen, their religion? Let's go ahead and do this discussion, inshallah, and I'm going to give you 5 minutes only. All right, so let's go back to the group, to the break rooms, and here you go. I'm going to go ahead and open the groups. Please go ahead and accept the invitation, please. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So for the ones that they just came in, I have sent you an invitation to join the groups. There are groups discussion groups. So please go ahead and accept that invitation. Now, if you got the invitation but you clicked away from it and it's gone, please go ahead and go out completely of Zoom, like sign out of Zoom and then come back in and you will get the invitation again. جزاكم الله خير. All right. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you for coming back. Jazakumullah khair. So let's go ahead. We start with the brothers. So Brother Abu Bakr, go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
In a nutshell, our group was able to identify three directions from which we can address or we can be successful in this our students and protecting and preserving their iman and in their Islam. First of all, has to do with the foundation. That is, as they say, charity begins at home. We concluded that we needed to have very strong foundation for our children. Foundation of Islam, understanding of Islam, the knowledge of Islam, and the proper upbringing, of Islam. So that once the child is already by it, he will grow and will not leave it because he understands what he's doing. He's not just doing it because he met his parent doing it or he came to meet his community doing it. He understands and he knows what he's about. And anybody who confronts him, he'll be able to even explain to you. And if you are not, if you're lucky enough, he could even bring you to Islam. Secondly, we were able to also conclude on the issue of Muslim student associations and associations that also oversee or lend help or support to Muslim student associations. So if there are Muslim students associations in the institution, the mosques, the masjid, and the Islamic organizations in the community must take their mind to them and support them to be able to stand firm and in terms of knowledge, in terms of material or resources, to be able to organize symposium and lectures and other things to empower them in their Islamic faith. And then also, lastly, we'll also talk about being very careful in selection of leaders for Islamic student associations or the kind of leaders we select. Because there are leaders who may excuse me to say, not be contemporarily abreast with the challenges that are ahead of the Muslim in this contemporary world. So if you bring a leader who does not have that contemporary awareness or contemporary knowledge and understanding, he will be a leader, but will not be useful and will end up rather piling up more problems for the Ummah rather than taking them out of problems. So these are the three major issues we're able to, conclude on. These are our three conclusions.
MashaAllah, MashaAllah.
Yes, please.
Very concise and very short and right at to the point and very rich points as well. Jazakumullah khairan. Barakallah feekum.
وإياكم شكرا.
Sister Alfia, your turn. Go ahead.
MashaAllah. Actually, I think he's covered most of the points, so I won't repeat, but I will add. I think the one thing that we all called out is, again, pretty much everything that he said. But in terms of the MSAs, I think there was some concern about could we have like a mentor, the right mentor, because sometimes MSAs could be may confuse like again culture and religion. And while you definitely want to have fun activities because it gives that sense of community, because we'd much rather have these students be with other Muslim students and have fun with them, right? Because then so at least they're not having fun activities with others where it can take on a very different direction and it can be very much exposed to other things. But maybe provide some kind of a mentor or guide to also help with through, some education on Islam. So pair the fun activities with something a little bit more on the Islamic education. That's what we have.
MashaAllah. Yeah, very good. MashaAllah. Barakallah feekum. And what you said is very true. Yes, but we need to go also back to the origin. Like, before the students go to school or go to colleges and start their school, we need to start with educating them of the religion. So first of all, these foreign students or even our students, our children that they go to colleges and university, it's going to be too late if we did not teach them anything about Islam, right? And we just maybe like, make them go to activities at mass or at the masjid to be with the other Muslim students, but or with the other Muslim friends and so on. But I don't teach them anything about Salah. I don't teach them anything about Quran, or I only teach them about Salah and fasting. And then now they are in college, right? And I expect them that they're still doing their Salah, they're still fasting Ramadan. No, that's not going to happen. So Islamic education starts from the very young age, right? And so we need to start from young, even like whether in Islamic country or here in the West, teaching our kids Islam, and so they can establish their Islamic or Muslim identity. Second is before they go to college or university, I believe that, and I believe strongly that we have to train our children in order to be strong Muslims who will be influential instead of being a follower, right? And so, like let's say in the Muslim countries or here, when I used to teach at ISI, Islamic School of Irving, for 5 years, I used to there was, I used to teach Islamic studies or Quran, and on Fridays I would take my classes, and we, instead of teaching them the curriculum, I would teach them my curriculum on how to do dawah and how to present Islam to non-Muslims, because I am preparing these students that they're going to graduate, go to school, go to college, go into university, they're going to, let's say, vocational training, whatever, right? They're going to probably getting married for the girls if they don't want to study, and have children. So they need to have that foundation of, I am a Muslim, I have a Muslim identity, I am a proud Muslim American, and I am an influential, I am not a follower. And that's number one. I teach them, and then after that I teach them on how to present Islam to the Muslims. I take them to Richland College every semester. I am invited at Richland College at the world religion class, and we do a lecture about Islam, and I don't do the lecture, I let my students go and do the lectures, and that's all by the help of Allah, alhamdulillah. So training our students and our children to be proud Muslims, and not to be shy that, hey, my name is Muhammad, but I'm going to call myself Mo. My name is Ali, but I'm going to call myself Alex, for example. Or my name is Safiya, but I'm going to call myself Sophia, right? No, I am Safiya, I am Muhammad, I'm an American Muslim, and I'm proud, right? And doing and making that type of training on training, strengthening their identity, and also to be influential in the in those public places or in those secular places, and to have a presence as a Muslim as well. Third is, as we talked about, as you all talked about, the MSA, the Muslim Student Association, and and strengthening the activities that they do in, in the, and also make them connected to the masajid and to the Islamic centers. I've seen a lot of good places right now here in Dallas. Like, for example, I don't know, like I've never been there, but I've heard a lot from when I talk to the youth. They tell me, "Oh, I go to Itzcon, I go to Unity, I go to these places where they have not only just Islamic education, but they have a strong community." And social relationships between each other, and they do a lot of volunteering work. They like to work, they like to do something to help something, and they feel that they belong there. They feel a belonging of that community, of the Islamic community, and they also have a good relationship with the secular society as well, which is really good, and that's what we really want, right? So things are getting better these days. Like, back then when I was teaching this class about 10, 50, like about 5, 10 years ago, we didn't have that. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, and let there be arising from you a nation, inviting to all that is good, enjoining what is right, and forbidding what is wrong. And those will be the successful. Right now, this is our last. This is our last session from this lecture, and then we're going to take 15 minutes break, and then after that we'll come back and we'll talk about the world mission. We talked about the national missions here in the United States or in the West in general. Next time, when we come back from break, we're going to be talking about the world mission, and we're going to do like that. That is actually my fun lecture. It is like, for me, it's the most important lecture. But let's talk a little bit about this, the media and the influence of the media on the West. And we see that racism is on the rise. We see a lot of hostility against the Muslims. Subhanallah, I don't know if you know that the ones that they live here in Dallas, Fort Worth area, on 9/11 it's going to be a Friday, and as I heard that there are some supremacist, racist people against the Muslims. They are gathering together to do a big protest in front of the IACC. And we don't know what to expect there, but this is not the first time they do something like that. They've done something like this at the ICI, Islamic Center of Irving. And so be careful when you go to the masjid if you live in the Collin County area. It's going to be a big mass of people who are going to be protesting against the Muslim. You heard also about what happened in McKinney, and that until now uh, they want to get the mayor out because the mayor approved on building the masjid and building the school there. And now the supremacists, they're trying to get the Muslims out from there. They want to demolish the building that they're doing, and also getting also the mayor out. They want to kick the mayor out of there because they think that he's a pro-Muslim, although he was just like, he was just following the law, and the law says that there is nothing wrong in building a masjid in that area. Subhanallah. So you see all these channels, TV channels like Fox News. This is number one actually. WorldNet Daily, Jihad Watch, Britain's new channel, and of course there are other hundreds of channels that they are Islamophobes, phobic, that they are anti-Islamic or anti-Muslim discourse. The Rush of Limbo show, the Christian Broad, the CBN. The CBN, it's actually a satellite. It's designated only um, for Christian what do you call it? Shows the Christian, what do you call it? Channels, sorry, Christian channels, whether whether like radio stations and TV stations. Subhanallah, there are about 200 or 300 channels that they are affiliated with CBN. The Washington Times, the Mark Levin, Clarion Project, National Review, blah, blah, the Savage Nation, and so on. The Middle East Forum also is very known in the Middle East. And then we have also, if you know about the ones that they are Arab, they know Al Hayat TV, that is Islamophobic. And we have Al Fadi TV, that is with Zakaria Botrosi, is one of the most anti-Islamic people that always like throw misconceptions about Islam and, trying to slander Islam in any way. So let's see about the funding, how much money that those people earn yearly. So the CBN itself, they earn about $2.84 million. Clarion Project, they about $2 million. Middle East Forum, 1.95, that's almost $2 million. Investigate Project and Terrorism, those are $1.35 million. And I think those are also affiliated with the FBI, with the government. Center for Security Policy and Jihad Watch, they are earning millions of dollars, as you see, right? And there's a whole study about that. Subhanallah. So here's what happened. What do those really impose? What all these, like, organizations and channels and media platforms impose? And of course, now we have the social media. I mean, we have millions of social medias, like YouTube and X and Instagram, that they are promoting anti-Islamic ideologies. So what do they promote? First of all, selective coverage, right? They always portray the Muslims in a negative way. So they always talk about the refugees, that they are always poor, and and there are some extremists that they're killing people in the name of God and say Allahu Akbar and shoot people, the bombing of the churches, the this and that, right? Talking all about that, right? Only negative or sensational stories about Muslims are highlighted while positive contributions are ignored. We have hundreds of good Islamic organizations here that give they give food, they help people, they furnish their houses. We don't hear anything about those people on the media, but we always hear about the negative things, right? And so what happened to the mass who are listening to and watching these things? They start building some kind of stereotypes, right? So they overgeneralize overgeneralizations are made about all Muslims based on action or a few of misinformation. Then what happen is they get scared of them, and when they scared, differences are exaggerated, creating fear and the idea that Muslims are a threat to us and our way of life. So we need to get them out of the country. This is what is happening right now in Mikini, right? So negative attitude and judgments are formed about Muslims as a group, not as individuals, right? And then prejudice can lead to unfair treatment, exclusions, hate crimes, profiling, or unequal opportunities for Muslims. So whether like a hijabi would be rejected from her job, or that when a Muslim is traveling, they do extra check on him. I mean, I can go on and on and on some examples of how the Muslims are suffering in the West, subhanallah, right? And I'm giving you some incidents that happen because of that coverage of the media. We see that also crimes are on the rise in the name of religion. And I'm not saying those crimes that they are actually made by Muslims. Those crimes are made by the supremacists, by the the Islamophobes, the anti-Islam, the Muslims, and so on. So we have different attacks that happened, and it is a long list, but I just chose four of them, like the one that happened back in which year was that? The Afzal family attack in 2021, Victoria Islamic Center arson, that it was, there was some shooting in there. It was some burning and shooting in there 2017, the Garden City bombing plot. And all of these, by the way, the motivation was all by the hating the Muslims, and they were like Islamophobes and they wanted to get Muslims out of the way, right? Bombing, shooting, and all of that. Subhanallah. Right. So now our last discussion for this lecture is how to combat Islamophobia. And I have another session that I've done. It was like a 6-hour session on how to combat the Islamophobia and how to answer the misconceptions about Islam. That was like about 2 or 3 months ago. It's on my YouTube channel. You can watch it. But right now, let's just focus on this. And I want you to give me 3 points like Brother Abu Bakr does. Like, I'm going to give you about 5 to 10 minutes of discussion, inshallah, and we'll come back and discuss this, bi'idhnillah. So let me go ahead and open the break rooms. Now, before I open the break rooms, I see Sister Doha, she say, can we have this material, please? You can watch it on YouTube, but I don't give away my material. You can ask me to come to your Islamic Center and do this material again. And by the way, this material is all for free. I don't get any money, but I expect you guys, if you live in the West and you are able, please donate towards our organization, American Islamic Diversity, to continue our work in our research and education, inshallah. Yeah. Jazakumullah khair. And thank you. I'm actually reading all the points and all the comments that you are writing. Jazakumullah khair. So let's go back to our discussion, and the question would be like how to combat Islamophobia or how to respond to them in a civil way, right? In a civil way. So let's go ahead and open the rooms again, inshallah. Now, for the sisters and brothers who just came, I sent you an invitation. Please go ahead and accept that invitation so you can get into the room and you will be discussing with the other sisters and brothers. Jazakumullah khair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The ones that they just came, I sent you an invitation to join the group, the discussion group with the brothers and the sisters as well. They have their own group as well. If you received the invitation but you clicked away from it, please get out completely from Zoom and come back, and I'll send you that invitation again, inshallah. But we're almost done anyway. 3 minutes and they're going to come back. All right. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome back, everyone, inshallah. So we're going to start with the sisters. How would you stop and combat? I mean, we probably cannot stop it, but we can combat it and respond to it. How would you respond to the Islamophobes? We're going to start with the sisters, since last time we start with the brothers. Sister Alfia, go ahead.
So here's a few points. The first point that we had is really to lead by example, right? Show the true beauty of Islam through our character and wherever we are, at work, in school, with our neighbors. So this was the first point, leading by example. and our daily interactions with everyone around. The second point we said is, for example, a lot of the misconceptions, kind of having, obviously the course that you do, Sister Ruba, about, how do you combat the misconceptions? How do you try to maybe kind of learn about them ourselves, so that when we are in those kind of spaces where people are saying things like Sharia courts, we are knowledgeable to give them some other, combat that idea. And also that can be done through interfaith dialogue. I know there are a lot of interfaith activities going on through the Metroplex. The other thing we also talked about is, being involved in our communities as Muslims, in, volunteering within our city governments. A lot of times Muslims tend to be very isolated. They are, they just go to the mosque, come back. But the thing is, then we are not being part of local city governments, right? And we need to show up in those spaces. One example is also at the McKinney the MIA. I was at both the city council meetings. What I loved at the second meeting, which happened last Tuesday, is the McKinney Islamic Association was well organized. They started to build partnership with and allied with non-Muslim organizations. And so they came prepared, organized, they filled the room at 4:30. So again, partnerships with non-Muslim organizations and building those allies is very important in helping combat Islamophobia. Those were I think I had 4 points. Thank you. Hopefully I covered everyone's points.
Mashallah, good points. Mashallah, very nice. And Sister Alfia, by the way, she's heavily involved with the community, whether like with the Muslim community, and also encouraging others to be involved with the voting, and being involved also with the community outside, like in the secular also world here in the United States. So Jazakallah khair, and I think your point is very valuable, and I wish that everyone can hear you, that we as Muslims here in the United States, we're not supposed to be sitting in the closet and close on ourselves and say, hey, this is my masjid and I'm happy where I am, and this is how I protect myself and protect my children, which is wrong. Actually, we should be involved where we have our voice out and be influentials in the community. Jazakallah khair. May Allah bless you. Brother Abu Bakr, your turn.
Assalamu alaikum. We had, let me say, between 3 and 4 points, but let me try and summarize it to 3. First of all, my sister had already mentioned one, which I need not to deliberate much on. That is equipping ourselves with the knowledge and understanding of what Islamophobia is, and being able to combat or being able to counter it by turning the table intellectually. Whenever they bring it, to intellectually turn the table, so that when they try to negate us, we turn the negating side towards them and then point the positive side towards us. And you can only do this by equipping yourself with knowledge and the wisdom to be able to calculate whenever they are coming up with this kind of Islamophobia. And secondly, also, we have to have a situation whereby we do not wait for them to paint us before we explain ourselves. Most often than not, we play the victim instead of, being rather ahead of time. So we should be opening our mosques to them to come and know what really goes on. We should be opening our platforms for them, like how we have street dawah and other activities, to be explaining to them what Islam is and what Islam is not, and what really might be misconceptions about Islam created. And most often than not, we should always be prepared for them. When you are taken unaware, certainly 1 or 2 people will end up falling. So we should always be prepared for Islamophobia, because it's a tool they cannot live without. The moment they stop Islamophobia, Islam will reign. Islam will overcome and overshadow all other faiths. So that is the only pin that they used to pin us down. So we should always be prepared. Once we are aware Islamophobia is, on its high, growing very high. We should always be prepared, such that we are not taken. They do not take us by surprise. So I think these are the 3 points which we believe that we can do to combat Islamophobia. Thank you very much.
Jazakallah khair. MashaAllah, yes. Yeah, instead of playing victim, don't be apologetic and be the one who is doing dawah, because if you're not doing dawah, somebody else is going to be doing dawah on you too, right? Subhanallah. Jazakumullah khair.
Subhanallah.
So, yeah, how to combat the Islamophobia. All what you said is correct. And what I'm going to say over here is very much what you said. So it's just like in more organized points, but it's very much right on point what you said. So the first thing is that stop following the news. And I don't want to say like stop following the news. That means don't read the news or don't hear the news or something like that. But don't make the news to be to be like a stress for you, right? Because just like brother, just like brother Abu Bakr said that at the end, we know that the truth is going to overcome. We know that the truth is going to reveal itself and is going to free the world. But as us, instead of being stressed and being scared and go into the closet and close the closet on us and say, hey, I am safe over here, I'm going to protect myself in this way. No, just be yourself, be natural, be normal, and do your thing like you do all the time. And don't worry about what other people say about you. Don't worry about what they think of you. Just be yourself as a good Muslim, as you know. And I assume that the majority of the Muslims are good Muslims, are good citizens, and they want the best for themselves and for their community as well. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, and be patient, O Muhammad, and your patience is not but through Allah. And of course, this is not only for the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, but this ayah is also coming to us as believers. Be patient, and your patience not but through Allah, and do not grieve over them, and do not be in distress over what they conspire. Indeed, Allah is with those who fear Him and those who are doers of good. Second, be a role model, just like Sister Alfia said. Show your good Muslim citizen. Be who you are. Be how Allah Subhanahu wa Taala commanded you to be, a good person, a good helper, and as a devoted Muslim, as doing the good thing and what you're supposed to be doing, not only just by your relationship with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but also your relationship with your family members, with your community members, and also with the non-Muslims as well. Show them who you are. Be yourself. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, so to that religion of Allah, invite and remain on a right course as you are commanded, and do not follow their inclination, but say, I have believed in what Allah has revealed of the Quran, and I have been commanded to do justice among you. One of the greatest modern dais that he's a Kuwaiti. He used to go to Africa as a Muslim missionary. He's been there for over than 50 years, mashallah. He's a doctor, by the way, and he's an MD doctor, and he just died a few years ago. His name is Dr. Abdurrahman Asmait. May Allah have mercy on his soul. And they did so many interviews with him about his mission dawah among the African people, and he said very beautiful things. He said the real joy and happiness are not measured by the materialistic holdings, because he used to live in a small adobe house among the African people, the African tribes, and he used to live with them very simple. He left his lavish, rich life in Kuwait. Countries like the indigenous Gulf countries, they're very rich, they have money, they want those big mansions and big houses, fancy cars. He left all that to live among those, among those who are, in need. And he was helping them as a doctor, and he was fundraising and helping those people that they are in need, making micro projects for them. And he was one of the most successful examples for us as Muslims on how to do dawah in the foreign countries. Subhanallah. He say that the real happiness is simply they are by obeying the true Lord calling for Islam. And subhanallah, by him a lot of people became Muslim just by being a role model. A third thing is showing solidarity and get involved, just like Sister Alfia said, and Brother Abu Bakr, that solidarity between each other as Muslims, to keep each other, like not to divide and separate from each other and fight among each other, but to be always strong with each other, and also to get involved, just like she said, going out and speak up, we have the freedom of religion, we have the freedom of expression, and also vote towards what is right. Subhanallah. And the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, adhere to the Jama'ah. Jama'ah means the group of people of Muslims. Beware of separation, for indeed, a shaitan is with one and he is further away from two. Whoever wants the best place in paradise, then let him stick to the Jama'ah, to the people. Whoever rejoices with his good deeds and grieves over his evil deeds, then that is the believer among you. Number 4 is seeking knowledge. In order for me to answer the misconceptions, in order for me to be able to do dawah, and in order for me to be a good Muslim, is that I need to seek knowledge for myself and learn my own religion and follow the religion that I should follow and do the right thing. Number 5, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam says, that seeking knowledge is an obligation upon every Muslim. Number 5 is spreading awareness. Just like we have all these Islamophobic channels and social media, we should have also, in return, like the youth should stand up and do also videos and social media content that is Islamic and that is, educational, spreading awareness in a neutral way, showing the true Islam, showing the belief of Islam, knowing who are the Muslims, showing the lifestyle of the Muslims. Now everything is transparency, right? We have cameras inside the homes and they film everything, right? They film everything, they broadcast everything. So why us as Muslims don't actually show the true Islam, not the silly videos and the things that does not have any content, or that's just like, but no, we want something educational, fun at the same time, that is appealing with good content and showing the true Islam and Muslims. And the Prophet, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, ادعو إلى سبيل ربك بالحكمة والموعظة الحسنة. Invite to the way of your Lord with wisdom and beautiful preaching. That's what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says. And number 6 is be a proud Muslim and be a proud indigenous, citizen, by saying, I am an American Muslim. I'm not just an American, I'm not just a Muslim and I have this back home mentality that I'm just gonna save some money, go back to my country. The old generation are still thinking this way, that it's like, this is not our home. We're just gonna save some money and go back to Pakistan or to Jordan or whatever, and buy a land over there, and then I'm gonna just build my house over there and die there, right? But you have all your kids that they were born here in the United States, okay? And they feel that this is their home. If they go back to Pakistan or to India or to Jordan, they're not going to feel home. This is their home. So you need to work up, you have to have that mentality that this is your kids' home and they need to be involved in this country, because one day one of them may become a mayor, one of them may become a president, one of them may become an influential. So what are you doing here, right? That you need to teach them that they are a part of what they're doing in the society. And of course, like being a proud Muslim is many of our children, unfortunately, that they have doubts and they have questions about Islam and they leave Islam because they think that there are no answers in Islam. And we have to teach them that Islam has all the answers. Yes, if you don't have the answer, that doesn't mean that Islam doesn't have the answer. It means that you don't have the answer and you have to look for it and educate yourself. So we go back to the seeking knowledge. And at the end, and this is a very important one, is that pick and choose your battles. You know, sometimes like we want to respond to every Islamophobic ideology. We want to debate with every person, especially the youngsters. You know, they are full of energy and they want to answer and they want to be spontaneous and thinking that this way that, hey, I'm going to show my strength. I'm a strong Muslim. But no, sometimes withdrawing from a conversation would be better than confrontation, because confrontation sometimes, if it is without knowledge and without organization, if that person is not organized and he does not have the right words to say, he would make himself a mockery and people would be laughing at him and he will hurt himself and hurt others and hurt Islam itself. So pick and choose your battles before, and we have talked about this in my other workshop on how to answer on misconceptions, is to be very careful in picking and choosing the words in answering the misconception. Right. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, if you see people that they are mocking and making fun of us and doing this, you know, sometimes it's better not to answer. Just be silent and withdraw yourself, because answering and talking back, it will make them also be, you know, being more like they will be bullying us more. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Surah An-Nisa, and it has already come down to you in the book, that when you hear the verses of Allah recited, they are denied by them and ridiculed. So do not sit with them. Do not engage with that conversation. Do not entertain yourself by sitting with them until they enter into another conversation. Indeed, you would then be like them. Also, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, and do not insult those they invoke other than Allah. Like some people, they say, like I've seen a lot of Muslims, they do that. They, like when they see Christians, let's say that they are mocking Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and they are insulting Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So I've seen some Muslims say that, they say, well, you know that Isa alayhi salam, Prophet Isa alayhi salam, he did something bad. He bullied his mother. He said this and that according to your Bible. Now, guess what? You are actually insulting now Prophet Isa alayhi salam, because you just want to, you know, you just want to defend Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So what is he doing here? He's hurting himself and hurting Islam, and he's just showing that, hey, as Muslims, we don't respect Isa alayhi salam. So I've seen that happening before. So we gotta be careful in what we say, and it's better not to be insulting them back. If they insult us, just leave. Don't entertain with them, right? Do not insult those they invoke other than Allah, lest they insult Allah in enmity without knowledge. Right. So Jazakumullah khair. I think those are all the things that I wanted to say. Those are the 7. Of course, there are so many other solutions. There is a whole lecture and a workshop that we have talked about on how to answer the misconceptions about Islam. That was another one. And next time, and we're going to take about 15 minutes. We'll come back about 12:30, and then we will go over the world mission, which is the most, for me, it's like the most interesting one. It's the most it's the most you know, I enjoy that, you know, this one, when it becomes like, when it comes to the end of the lecture or the sessions, because as I said, this is actually a course. This is a university course that I was teaching. It's a graduate level course, and it is you know, what I'm doing over here is I concised it to only 4 lectures, but it is actually a very long and I mean, there are so many things that I left out. Like I left out about the missions in Africa and indigenous people. I have left a lot of topics, but I'm just actually right now talking about evangelism and focusing on the Islamic world. But there are so many other topics about evangelism that we can discuss, and this is a whole course. And by the way, it is posted on my YouTube. You can watch it, and when you go to the registration form, I have the links there in Arabic and in English. You can watch it, inshallah, in your own time. Jazakumullah khair. So let's go ahead and take about 13 minutes break, and then we'll come back, inshallah, after 13 minutes and continue our session. You can walk around, you can go to the bathroom. If you have to pray, you can go and make wudu and pray. If you have to do some food and prep some food for you for the next session, inshallah. Jazakumullah khair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'll be here, inshallah, for the next 10, 15 minutes until we come back, inshallah. But you're welcome to sign off and come back, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back, everyone. We are going to start our last session of this workshop of the World Mission. And let me go ahead and share my screen. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. I hope you can see that, inshallah. All right. So yesterday I gave you like a spoiling, you know, like something, you know, it was like a teasing of our world map, world mission map. This is what it's called, and showing the progress of the Christian missions and evangelism in the world. And as you see, they actually color coded it. And this study is basically collaboration of different denominations of Christians that they are trying to make some kind of statistics and research and count on the heads of the people that they're converting to Christianity. And of course, we have talked about it for the longest time. So you see that number, the red ones are that how much they are the least ones that they were reached or they were evangelized, and they are about less than 5%. Then we have the orange one is between 5 to 10%, and then we have, and the yellow one as well. And then we have the green. The green one is over 10 or over to 15% that they were evangelized. And if I go back to the old one, you will see this. And now where did they come? Where did they get that from? There are different websites, as you see over here on the bottom right side of the screen. There I posted three different what you call it, like links. So I'm going to go ahead and open each one, and I'm going to show you each one. And then after that, I'm going to do like a survey with you guys. You're going to choose the country that you would like to study, and then we're going to break into groups. And then after that, you're going to discuss about this country and their people group. And let me show you. I have to demonstrate this to you. Well, first of all, I'm going to go to World Map. This World Map is like, it's a very old website. Like it was from 1995 to 2005 when it first started, when the research started. And so that's why I want to go simple with you. And then I'm going to go over like the more sophisticated and more advanced study. And as you see over here, let's see the world, like the Islamic world here. Okay, let me go to the world maps. Here we go. I'm going to just click on the world map. This is the world map. This is a very old world map. And you see it in many of these churches. They have it as a big poster or a big picture in there. And this is like some kind of, what do you call it? It's like a reference for them that they use it, whether like to pray for those people groups or like that to see. And I'm going to open the picture in a new, because I'm going to make it bigger. Here we go. Okay, that's it. And by the way, you can download it in a bigger size. There are other websites that they have it for a bigger size. So as you see over here, the green one is over 20%. And the orange one is about 10 to 15% evangelism. And then you see the red one, as you see that it is, less than 5%. And you see that actually is spread, the red one spread mostly in the Islamic countries and Asian and, and also parts of Africa. For this one, like there is another map that you see, or another word map. It's on the bottom left of the picture, on the same picture right here. That's called the Bible translation status. How much it has been translated of the Bible. Some of it that you see, the green one, it means like the full Bible, the Old Testament and the New Testament was translated to that language. We have the yellow one, it means like only the New Testament that it was translated, and the red one that only like fragments of the Bible that has been translated, whether like they made like small tracts or brochures about Christianity, and they put some quotes of the Bible in these brochures and giving them away, because we have some we have some tribes, some people groups that they don't have we don't have the access for them, not because, and they call them unreached groups, and they're unreached not because we cannot reach them, it's because like we cannot speak their language, we don't know their culture, they live in secluded places, like in remote villages, that it's really hard to approach them. Some of them, they live, like, let's say, in the Amazon forests. Some of them, they live in those secluded islands, let's say, and so on. And then we have the one in the bottom, and it is the historical research to the gospel message. It's like the historical. What does that mean? Go back down here. Yeah, and this is actually is the opposite. You see the red one, that all the Christian missions have already reached to them, they established themselves to them, while the yellow and green, this is the opposite color. So the yellow and green, that they haven't reached to them. And then the last one is Jesus Film. And Jesus Film, I don't know if you have heard about the Jesus Film, that it was established in 1977. Now we have so many Jesus movies that we have of the biography of Jesus, but there is a specific one. I'm going to show you a video. It's a very short video showing that Jesus video, that it was also dubbed in different languages. Like, let's say, in Arabic, not only the Arabic Fusha, they have even dubbed it in different accents, like Egyptian accent, Iraqi accent, Saudi accent, Jordanian, Moroccan accent, and so on. Same thing also with other, like Urdu. We have the Pakistani Urdu, and we have the Hindi, and so on. So they've done this, and it shows also over here that the green, that they have already reached all of them, the red, that they still working on that. So this is the group. I'm sorry, the world. This is only till 2015, but then. But then we have other websites that they are more advanced than this one, and we're going to go to the other website. Let's go to the Joshua Project. The Joshua Project is one of also the most famous projects in doing, and by the way, the Joshua Project and the People Group project, they are the same. They are affiliated with the same company, and so you will see a lot of similarities. So I'm just going to go ahead and go to the People Group right here, and let me show you what I'm talking about. So I'm going to go to the peoplegroup.com, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll down in the page, because you're going to do this, by the way. We're going to do a discussion group, and you're going to do the same exact thing what I'm doing. And so over here, you see, if I click on the people group of the world, it will show, for some reason, it's so slow. Okay, here we go. It will show how much the progress of the evangelism in the world. And subhanAllah, they call the website peoplegroups.org. They don't even call it like Christian missions or anything like that, right? Because they want to say that this is the normal way, is that people become Christians, right? And then if you go down here, this is just like the same thing, but it's different. And you see the color codes in here. You can actually make it smaller or bigger to show you. And by the way, you can change the language if you want to. That's cool. Okay. And those are the unengaged and unreached people. This is also a study by itself, and we're not going to do this in this session. This is actually where I do it in my own like long session the course over the semester. We're going to talk about the unreached. There is a whole study about the unreached people. We're not going to talk about those, okay? And then dying daily without Christ of population, those people that they are dying and they don't know anything about Christianity and so on. So I want to, this is what we're going to do, guys. We're going to go down here, and you see over here, there is there's a search engine. We're going to go ahead and filter by country. This is the easiest way to do it. Of course, there is more sophisticated way, like if you want just the people group of the Arab all over the world. So you can write Arab and they will give you all the Arab people groups all over, like from all different languages, all different countries. If you want like the Pakistani people, you can just write Pakistanis and they will give you all the, but we're just going to filter by the country. Okay. This is much easier. This is just the easier way. So I'm just going to go ahead and do my country, Jordan. Okay. Let's say Jordan. And I'm going to go easy. And then I'm going to just click Jordan. Now, if you put another, if you don't click away from Jordan and put another, let's say Afghanistan with it, so what will happen, it will give you Jordan and Afghanistan. Okay, so don't do that. You have to clear all the, just go ahead and clear all like this, and then go to the country that you want to go to. Okay, so I'm just going to write Jordan, for example. And of course, like I'm sure that you're not going to pick Jordan, so that's why I put Jordan in there. Okay, and then I put Jordan, and so it will show over here all the Jordanian people groups. So all of these people live in Jordan, but they are different. So we have the Jordanian Arabs, we have the Palestinian Arabs that they live in Jordan, we have Iraqis Arabs that they live in Jordan, the Bedouin Arabs, Syrian Arabs, Egyptian Arabs, and so on. So it will show you the population, how much we have of these people in the country of Jordan. All right, and then the progress of evangelism with them. So we have the orange, it means like it's been between 5 to 10%. The red ones is less than 5%, could be less than even 1%. The green ones, let me go down over here, see if there's any green. Okay, there's no green in here. And now, by the way, I can go up to 50. So it goes down here. Here you go. Okay, so I don't think there's green in here, although there are Christians here, but they didn't put them in here. Okay. And then the language, what language they speak. So I'm sure that if you pick India, you're going to have all kind of languages in here, but because it's Jordan, mostly like Arabic, right? Okay, and then the religion, we have Sunni, right? And there is some Druze over here. And there are some Christians, but they are less than 1%, so I don't know why they didn't put them in there. The people cluster, where they are clustered, where are they living? Okay. And affinity block and so on. So what I'm going to do over here is I am going to click on Jordan, and I'm going to go ahead and click on the country Jordan. You see where it is right here? So here we go. I'm going to click on the Jordan right here. So here's what will happen. They will give me everything about the culture of Jordan. So I have the flag of Jordan, right? I have the map of Jordan, where most of the people are clustered in this country. You see, and it shows over here how many people groups that there are: Christians, Muslims, how much Christianity has been reached to these people. So they tell you that there are 8 people group that they are less than 1%, and there are the orange ones. And I believe the orange ones here, I believe those are the Christians that they are, let's say that they are not Christians, like the Roman Orthodox, like those are the Eastern churches, because they don't believe the Eastern churches are Christians, just to let you know. Those are actually, they're considered them like they are lost, they're astray. So they believe in Jesus, but they're not Christians. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And it shows all of that, inshallah. So I did a form here that you need to pick the country that you would like to discuss, and we'll see the most, let's say, the most picked country, and each group will actually discuss that country, inshallah. And I want you to tell me what is the most significant thing that you see in this research for yourself, and you can discuss it with each other, inshallah. All right, so let me go ahead and I'm going to give you that link. And I want you guys, I'm going to give only 60 seconds to you guys. I just want you to go into that link. I'm going to share it into the chat link. Okay. If you want me to send it to WhatsApp, just let me know. Oh, he did. SubhanAllah. Abu Bakr say, I have watched the Jesus movie. Yes, I'm gonna show you. We're gonna talk about that in just a minute. So here is the doc, the form. Please go ahead to the form, and I want you please to go ahead and pick the country that you want to pick, inshallah. There you go. Here's another link for it. Maybe this is an easier link. Yeah, just go to this link, and I want you to pick the country. I'm going to take only 60 seconds, please, guys. Just pick the country that you want to pick to study. So I see people are actually already started responding. Alhamdulillah. Let's see. 50% Czech Republic, 50% Egypt. Come on, guys. I want more. I want more. Yeah. Okay, Egypt. All right. Someone wrote India. Picked India. MashaAllah. Yeah, I'm going to give you 1 more minute. Please go ahead and pick and choose the country that you want to discuss for today. And then after that, we're going to break into rooms and you're going to do your own discussion on that country, inshallah. Maybe you can do 2 countries, it's fine. So we can please everybody. All right, that's enough. Let's see what you got, guys. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Here you go. Okay. Oh, mashallah. All right. I see Egypt, 20%. So we're gonna do Egypt. We're gonna do Kenya. I see all of you have picked, like some of you have picked Iran, India, Brazil, Czech Republic, Sudan, Trinity, and I know that many of you are from these countries, and this is you can do this as a homework for yourself and see your country and how much evangelism that have reached in your own countries. But as a group right now, let's just take about 5 minutes to do some kind of research. And by the way, whoever is going to be the speaker, you can actually share screens. So if you're on a laptop or on a computer, you can share your screen and talk about this country and do like a little presentation, maybe for like 1 minute, talking about this country, inshallah, and how much evangelism. And this kind of training, I want you to think about something back in your head. We're not going to discuss this in this workshop, but I want you to think about it. Is like, how can we utilize this kind of information and statistics? And this is by the way, this is an open source, so that means anyone can reach it. This is not a secret knowledge. Okay, it's all on the websites, right? You can go to those websites and how can we utilize, as Muslims, how can we utilize this information that is already there for us? It's ready. You don't have to research for it or anything in order to let's say activate and motivate the Islamic dawah. All right. So just think about it. This is actually another workshop that we can go over and we can discuss it together, maybe. But also, it does not need only us as normal people to be involved. I want to have organizations, big organizations, to be involved in this. Like, we can talk about this until tomorrow morning, right? But if there is no amal, if there is no deed, what is the benefit from it? So I really wish that I can reach to those heads of dawah where we can put them all together and work together, partner together to reach as much as we can in our dawah, inshallah, and do a research like this. Maybe we can have a website like this in the future, inshallah. Okay, so why Egypt is considered unreached for them? This is a good question, Sister Iman, because that means reached. That means that they have, like, a Christian missionary came and talked to them face to face and talked to them about Christianity. That's what it means, like they are reached but still unengaged. Okay. And so most 99% of the Muslims, yes, they know Christians. They probably interacted with the Christians, but there is no really a dialogue about religion or trying to convert them to Christianity actively. Does that make sense? So anyway, let's go ahead and do this. So the brothers are going to take Egypt, and the sisters, or you know what? Let's do the opposite, because most of the sisters are Egyptians. I know that. So we have brothers that they are from Kenya. I think the brothers mostly are from Kenya. So we're going to have the brothers take Kenya, and the sisters are going to be doing Egypt, right? So we're going to take 6 minutes. Let's go ahead and break into rooms, and we're going to discuss that. You can share the screen. Whoever doing the talking and doing the discussion, or like leading the discussion, can share the screen with the other sisters and brothers. And when you come back also, you're going to also share the screen with me, inshallah. Okay, so let me go ahead and break the rooms. Jazakumullah khair.
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand what needs to be done.
Nothing. You just go open on the website
Explore.
and just
Okay.
talk about it. Yeah, nothing.
Thank you.
Like, really, it's just a fun thing to do. It's like a game
Yeah,
to
it
do, you
is.
know.
Thank you so
I
much.
mean, there is nothing, there's no benefit of doing it, but it's good to know, you know,
No,
just
it's
to
a good
increase
way.
your knowledge. Yeah, this is a
Thank you.
good thing to do. Yeah. Mhm. So the ones they just came later, I just sent you an invitation to join the group. So please go ahead and join the groups, inshallah. Jazakallah khair. We'll be back in 5 minutes, inshallah.
السلام عليكم. السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. It's fine. We're about to come back right now anyway. So they're having a discussion. We're having a discussion group. That's why I am here. But all the other brothers and sisters, they're already in their group. I have sent everyone an invitation to join these groups. So if you haven't joined and you didn't get that invitation, when we get the invitation again, when we have another discussion, just leave Zoom completely and then come back and you will get the invitation again, inshallah. Okay. So right now they're coming back anyway. We're already done. They should be back now. Like, yeah. Yeah. It's already 1 o'clock, so they should be back. All right, everyone is here. Alhamdulillah. Jazakumullah khair all for coming. So who would like to start? The brothers? Would you like to, who's going to be doing the, like, just to tell me a little bit what you have researched and what is your founding, or what is the most significant thing that it took, yeah. So would you like to share your screen, Brother Jafar? Should I put you a co-host? Is it Brother Jafar or Brother Abu Bakr? Hello? I can't hear anything. Can you hear me?
Hello, Assalamu alaikum.
Oh, alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. So would you?
We had a brother from Kenya, so we decided he being from that country will be in the best position to represent us. So he will speak quickly.
What's his name? Who is that brother?
Hello, my brother.
Okay.
Hello.
A minute.
Please respond so that.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Okay, so do you wanna go ahead and share your
Assalamu
screen?
alaikum.
I can hear you, Brother Jafar. Can you hear me? I know that Kenya has a bad internet.
No, my network is not really good.
Okay, do you
The
want to
network
share your
is
screen,
not
or you
very
just want to
good.
speak
So
out?
I tried to do anything beyond what I'm doing, and I'll just speak out.
Okay.
So here in Kenya, it's a
Your voice is cutting off, Brother Jafar, really bad. Yeah, Brother Jafar, you're not speaking.
Hello, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
Let me try and see how best I can at least put together the little we have all put together. First of all, we were able to identify the percentage of the Muslim as to that of the Christians, and we're having about 10% of Muslims in a country which has over 60% Christians, and so you can imagine the what do you call it, the disparity between them. and the kind of power that they will command, even when it comes to, governmental level, and to be able to, implement or pass legislations and policies, how favorable it could be and unfavorable it could be for the Muslims. And because of this disparity and advantage that they have, we hear or we learned that the missionaries are making much more impact through building tertiary institutions of learning, so that most of the labor that will be coming out will be molded by them. And so they will flood the job market with people who are somehow indoctrinated. Highly stand a chance of being indoctrinated. And so they will be in charge. And also we find a situation whereby now because of the minority, that the Muslim minority, they are able to even approach Muslim centers like masjid and ulamas, the Christians who, come to them with evangelism, because at least their number is not scary in the country. They are minority, and so they come to them directly, inviting them with their mosques and their congregation into their faith. So this is the extent at which evangelism can go or has gone to in Kenya, and they are very strong there. And the Muslim institutions are struggling, even though some are doing their very best, but they are still struggling. So in a nutshell, this is a picture we had in our discussion. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
When I had a network issue, network is not so good here. Anyway, so in Kenya, the thing which we have noticed so far, there's a lot of missionary work going on. And now, before there was no missionary work towards the Muslims, but now they have active missionary work towards Muslims. They have established many universities, and these universities, they have departments where they teach missionary work. And now they have specialist department for just Muslim work. So they teach them, and then after that, they send them to talk to imams, to practice their missionary tactics or something, to see whether they're going to be effective or not. And then they come with series of questions to know what kind of responses can we get from the educated Muslims. And then after that, now they know how to engage those who are not educated amongst the Muslims. They use this charity work, and they go to rural areas where the Muslims are not very well educated, and then that's their target now. Oh, there was also another group. They used to have secret Muslims, like they call it, I don't know, Project Esther or something. And they take Muslim men and women, then they train them in missionary ways, but it's not so easy to come out as a non-Muslim in Kenya. So they put them in separate groups. They move them from one town, they put them in new towns. They say it's not yet time to come out. But then some of them come back to Islam, and then they tell us what was going on in the other side. So there's like clandestine missionary work amongst the Muslims, but they don't allow them. In fact, they tell them you need to show up as a Muslim more. If you're not putting on hijab, you come out of Islam, now you put on hijab. If you are a Muslim man, you didn't go to the mosque, now go to the mosque. Just make sure, we had one of them, they were saying, like, you go to the mosque, make sure you become part of the committee. They used to call them Hanifs, They say you go to the committee, make sure you get some position in the mosque, contribute a lot, and then when it comes to Muslim projects, just make sure you are against everything, Just destroy all the plans, all the strategies, but make sure you're a person of influence. So they would even give them some money to contribute to the mosque itself. So that's our situation, or part of the interesting part which we've come across in our missionary.
Yep. Now you're hearing from a first-hand person who's living there, and he's seeing this in person. Jazakallah khair for sharing this. This is very alarming, honestly, very alarming. Subhanallah. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect our ummah. Ameen ya Rabbil Alameen. Okay, Sister Duha, I made you a co-host if you would like to share your screen. Otherwise, I can just open on the from my screen. So whatever you want to do.
Actually, we didn't agree that I'm gonna be the speaker, so I need to make sure they are okay.
Well, Sister Alfia already said that.
Okay, she
yeah.
said so. Sorry, I didn't notice. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's okay. I'll improvise. So the thing is, what I noticed from the group is the people who are engaging are very minimal, because actually there's a group that's called Chinese something. These are the people who are engaging, which is not probably Egyptian. So they are people who live there from another culture, another nationality. And my explanation for that was because we are a very connected, solid community. So I don't mean connected to each other's only, I mean connected to our roots. So it's not that easy. What I told the sisters is it's not that easy to change our mind and change our beliefs, even for a type of food, not just a religion. So it's not that easy to invade like the Egyptian community, I would say. So we're very connected to our roots. We keep on bragging, and we're very proud of our old Egyptian or origin, even our Coptic origin, which is Christian, not Muslim, but then it has a culture of its own, and we're always proud to be connected to it. We do have our problems and conflicts between Muslims and Christians, especially in Upper Egypt, but then I mean, it's not as major as it shows sometimes in the media and so on. It's as strong and as good as happens with different families, even from the same religion. So maybe that's why they are not strong in Egypt. The engaging groups are not Egyptian, actually. There's also the groups that are engaged but unreached. They are quite a lot, actually, the ones that are categorized engaged yet unreached. I think, of course, I didn't study the website enough, but I think engaged, they mean they are interested in discussing religions and so on and so forth, and all Egyptians are interested. We always say that whatever gathering there is, try not to discuss religion or sports, or politics, of course, but then religion and sports are the fights always and forever. We're very stubborn, we're very hot-tempered when it comes to these discussions. So I don't know if I think it's a good thing that we don't have lots of people, like a percentage that is somehow affected by these campaigns. It's minimal. It's minimal for Egyptians as per the website statistics.
Yeah, mashallah, jazakallah khair. Very good. So yeah, I mean, this is your homework. You can, if you come from a certain country, you can go and search it yourself and see, what you can come up with and do your own studies. This is this is like an open source website. You can go in there. Yes, Sister
It's
Hiba.
very interesting. Thank you so much for sharing.
Yeah, and by the way, my husband is Egyptian, so yesterday.
Oh, so we're related.
So we're related. Yes, Sister Hiba, go ahead.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm Egyptian, by the way, too.
Uh-huh.
And I raised back to Egypt. And it's really like, I've been really around, many different levels of Egyptian. But they are so active over there because I have some relatives. They are really they're getting them, they are not Muslim like it's supposed to be. Like they married to someone and say, okay, I'm converted to Islam. But actually, they're not converting it to Islam. They are under umbrella of Islam, but they are not Muslim, and they married these people or Egyptian people, and they start getting them away from Islam little bit by little bit. The new generation from these people, they are not knowing the Islam at all. it's really like I'm been really around for over there all my childhood.
Right.
Yeah, and I seen how they are working over there.
Yeah.
And it's too, like, you know, I seen from my family members, it's really far away family members, but I seen how they are really working over this, really marrying and having new generation. They don't know they are completely, they don't know Islam.
Right. A lot of them, they are
Yeah.
not, they're not religious. And I think you were here. I don't know if you were here yesterday when we had the guest speaker who is half Egyptian, half Jordanian. And she was talking about her background, that she is from a Muslim background, but no one taught her anything about Islam.
Yes,
and
I have to
all her-
confess, this is a majority. Yes,
Mhm,
I have to
that's
confess
right.
that
Okay.
as well. I'm
Yeah.
lucky to be raised in a
So let me
well-educated
go.
Muslim
Yeah.
family.
So yeah, let me continue, inshallah, because we don't have much time. Jazakumullah khair. So as you see, subhanallah, this is, you know, when we come into this, I used to spend a whole class when I was teaching this course, a whole class just doing researches and discussing things about different country, and each person from their own country, they will tell me things and stories, and you know, and it's very enriching and very eye-opening for people like to talk about the folk religion, Muslims, and and also the influence of Christianity on the Muslim countries. So it's it's a very big subject. I don't want to be spending all the time, because I only have 45 minutes and then I have to close, inshallah, our session. So this is a study on the global Bible translation. Now we have different. Back then, when I was a kid, we only have one version of the Bible in Arabic. It was the Van Dyck translation. Now we have probably at least 10 or 12 different translations of the Bible. And same thing also, you see each country, how much the Bible has been translated from it. And there are some countries that they're still working on the translation. And from what what I can get from what Sister Duha said, that we have three different types of missionaries. We have the missionaries that they are from the same culture, same language, they are the same religion, and they're called the cultural neighbors. So for example, like Egyptian is evangelizing another Egyptian Christian is evangelizing a Muslim, for example, Egyptian, and so on. We have also the similar culture. Let's say that an Egyptian Christian evangelist who goes to Libya and make evangelism. And by the way, that happened back. Was it 2012 or 2013 when they have caught two girls, about 27 years old girl, that she was with her Libyan friend, and while she was passing through the borders, they found like a whole bag that full of Bibles in Arabic, and she was actually a Christian missionary going to Libya, and she's from the same culture, right? So that she speaks the same language, same, and she went to Libya in order to go for a job, right? A job. And then, but of course, she has her hidden agendas to go over there and evangelize the Libyans. And then we have the whole different, which is E3, the different culture, that they speak a whole different language. They look different than us. And just like Sister Duha said, the Chinese Christians, that they come to Egypt and evangelize people. And you see those all over the place, also in Africa and so on. So here's the Jesus film that I was telling you about. They have distributed over 7 billion copies of this movie. You probably watched it. If you just go to YouTube and write Jesus film 1979, so you will see this movie that I'm talking about. And as you see over here, I have in the background, this is in India, where the Christian missionaries, they go to remote villages and they post, like they bring big screens in the streets, and they call everyone to come and watch the movie. And I'm sure that Abu Bakr, since you are from Ghana, you probably actually watched this before. So well, let me just share the screen here with the music. Share sound.
Well, Ruth and I were asked to be a part of starting the projector for the first showing of this Jesus film. just to know that there's people here who have never heard of Jesus. And now they're going to get to see him and hear him talk in their own language. And that's the amazing part to me.
Okay, did you see the guy just a minute ago? He was showing himself. This is actually the founder of Samaritan Purse. I don't know if you've heard about it, but this is one of the largest organizations that they take gifts for Christmas in shoe boxes, and they take them to churches and to other people, and they give it. Just search. I'm not going to be talking about Samaritan Purse. This is also another. This was a part of the lecturings that I do in my course. Just search about Samaritan Purse, and you will find what I'm talking about.
I was just awestruck by the number of people that were present. Probably we would guesstimate about 4,500 people came to the premiere, and we were just blown away by the numbers. For these people to see Jesus speak in their own Gamo tongue for the first time has got to be a great experience. Boy, seeing the Jesus film here in this country is just mind-blowing.
They were so focused, they hardly moved. Their eyes were just glued to.
Oh, sorry, I was trying to move that translation.
It just takes your breath away to see the emotion that the people feel, but also the emotion that it brings out in my heart to see it for the first time in this environment.
I thought, you know, God is really speaking to them. They're not watching a movie. They're having an experience with Jesus Christ. He's speaking to their hearts, and they're responding.
All right, that's enough because of the time. Sorry about that. But here's the thing is, how did they, like when they first started doing this, this, whatchamacallit, this study, that's how they used to know how many people becoming a Christian, that they would show the Jesus film in, like, let's say in Africa, right? And so at the end of the movie, they will present the salvation message that I have talked about yesterday. And then whoever accept, they tell you who would like to accept Jesus Christ as a Lord and as God. So they would stand up, and then they will count the heads, how many people become Christian by this way. When I was studying at the Southwestern Baptist Seminary, Michael Morris, the professor of the Intro to Missiology that he was teaching us, he said that this is not an accurate method in doing that, because what happened is, let's say that those kids and these families, they want to watch the movie again. So these missionaries are moving to another, let's say, village next door, right, or close by. So they go to the other village, and all the first village that they already watched the movies, they go to the other village to go and watch the movie again. And then after they do the same thing, like they present the message, the same people who actually stood up the first time, they will stand up again, that they will ask Jesus Christ for their salvation for the second time. And then they go to a third group, or to a third, let's say, village, and so on. They do the same thing. And he said that this is not an accurate way in knowing how many people become Christians by this. And this is how they first actually started. And this was not a way. And by the way, all these numbers that you see, they're all actually exaggerated numbers. They're not really the real number of how many people become Christian, just saying, Anyway, let's go back to the next one. Come on. The next slide, talking about the what we call the window 1040, and the window 1040 is basically the targeted people groups that the Christian missions are targeting in order to change them from whatever religion they are into Christianity, and trying to Christianize the world, right? And the 1040 is basically, it is a window on the map between the latitude of 10 and 40. So this is, and if you actually study those people groups inside that window, you see that many of them are either communists, atheists, or that they are animistic groups, like in Africa, for example, that they have their own religions, their folk religions. And then we have the Hindu religion, right? So all of them are not Christians. We have the Buddhism, and then we have Islam, right? And they try to target these people groups in order to turn them to the Christ or to Christianity in general, right? And so you see that most of these people, about 4.65 billion people of the population live within the window 1040. There is about 69 nations and people group in here. There's about 90% of the world's poorest in the world. They actually live within this area or this window. About 45 out of 50 worst countries for persecution. That's going to be our next slide. And then 95% of the people are unevangelized. That means that they don't know anything about Christianity. And if they know that there are Christians, but they don't know anything about Christianity. Now, they have another website. It's called Open Door watching list. And so what they do is, the Christians, what they do is they watch the countries on the hostility against Christians. And of course, they propagate the idea that those countries are the most countries that they persecute the Christians and probably kill them or torture them or get them out of the country, or like they don't let them do any kind of evangelism. And I want to see a guess over here. You can write in the chat for me. Who do you think that is the most hostile country against the Christians, that they persecute the Christians? Who can tell me? No problem, Brother Yusri. Anyone who can tell me, who do you think that is number one? Please write in the text or in the chat. Who do you think, which country do you think that is the worst of all of them? Okay, Israel. They persecute Christians, Israel? I don't know. No, I'm talking about against the Christians, not the Muslims. Against Christians, please. Come on, guys, you should be better than that. Well, Israel, as long as the Christians support them, they're not going to do anything to them. Saudi Arabia. Okay, Sister Alfia say Saudi Arabia. Zainab say, according to the media, it's Nigeria. Ziard saying North Korea. Very good. Jamal say, yes, even Christians. Abu Bakr say Saudi Arabia, according to them. Somalia. All right. China. Okay, let's see. Okay, so number one is North Korea, just like you said. And then Somalia, and then Yemen, Sudan, Eritrea, Syria, Nigeria, Pakistan, and Libya. Guess what? 9 out of 10 are Muslim countries. You see that? And of course, just like I said before, they try to propagate saying that the Christians are persecuted. They've been tackled, they've been tortured, they've been killed. And, I am from an Arab Christian descent, and Arab Christians in Jordan, I tell you by witness and and my father is a church planter in Jordan, we were never being persecuted. So this is a lie. This is a total lie. Yes, we probably have individual incidents. Maybe like, when I was in school, I have some Muslims that they try to Islamize me, basically doing dawah to me. And they were a little bit hostile with me, but that's because of them, not because of the government. Actually, the government protect the Christians in Jordan. The Jordanian Christians are the wealthiest in Jordan, and they have positions in the government. I'm not even joking. And they have even like seats in the parliament. So what are they talking about? Yes, there are some other countries that they probably, Eritrea, for example, about 50% of Eritrea are Christians. So what are they talking about, right? Syria, of course, of the war, the war zone. So you would see persecution not against only Christians, but also the Sunni Muslims, right? A lot of them were killed. Thousands of them are killed, not because they're Christians necessarily. Nigeria always have conflict. They always have civil conflict between each other, not only between, there is the Boko Haram and all these, and they are killing their own people, Muslims, not only Christians. So if I want to talk about this, but of course they want to focus and put the magnifying glass on the Christians, that they are the most persecuted. And there is a website for that. If you go to Google and just write Open Door Watch List, you will find they have different statistics for different years, also for last year and the year before and so on. And this website has been there for longest time. And they do, of course, studies about depending on how many incidents that happened against Christians in the country, this is how they do their own statistics. This is how they do their studies. Okay, now we have another thing that I want to talk about is the receptivity principles. McGavran in 1975 in the Convention of Lausanne, he said that we should target the nations that they are more open to us instead of going to the countries that they persecute us and they close the doors. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Instead of going to the countries that they close the doors on us and spending a lot of money, wasting all our money and getting our missionaries killed, we should go to countries that they're more open and that and thrive in them. And you see that, by the way, South Korea, when it was separated from North Korea, there were almost zero Christian in there, and they were mostly like Buddhist or like animistic, religions or folk religions. But then after that, now about 85 to 90% of the population are Christian in South Korea, and they are waiting for the slightest opportunity when North Korea is going to open. So, and they are training all these South Korean Christians in order to be, because they speak the same language of the North Korean, probably have the same culture as well. I know they have been separated for the longest time, but they are training them that one day when North Korea is going to open, that they're going to push all these South Korean missionaries to go to the North Korea and do the Christian work that they should be doing. So this is their plan. And so that's called receptivity principle. One example for the Dawah, if you, for example, I did that also in my Dawah session. Like if you go, for example, to Africa, and we have a Muslim da'iyah that is calling people to Islam, you see, like if this is like the group, right? They do a group decision altogether. So if there is the head of that tribe, they agree to become Muslim, he will bring all his tribe, all his family, and they will stand in front of the imam and they say the shahada and they will become Muslim. And so that's their receptivity is high comparing to, for example, the West, that they are individualistic. So they have the individualism system in the West, that everyone is free to believe in whatever they want. And if I am a Muslim or I am a Christian, it has nothing to do with what my parents believe in. And this is my own belief. This is your own belief. And you will see, for example, you see over here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dayas of Muslims that they're standing in the street, having a booth with, probably the most nice, like the nicest designs of most Islamic designs. They have different different brochures. They probably have also Qurans to give away. Probably they have another like table for sisters with hijab and telling them, hey, would you like to try the hijab in public for free? And we're going to give you a hijab for free, right? And you see people like passing by them, like going back and forth, like, you know, and not even looking at them and probably trying to avoid them and not talk to them, right? And this is because they have a low receptivity. They have a lower, so it depends on the receptivity. And we can use this principle also as us when we are training for dawah, is like how much can we push to do dawah and call people to Islam. And so that's what they do also as the Christians. They try to find where are the open doors in order to take opportunity and take the opportunity to evangelize people. Now, because of the time, we're not going to discuss that, but have evangelism resulted in killing innocents? Now, many people would say like, hey, you know what, but they're not harming anyone. They're just, you know, doing the evangelism. And at the beginning of this lecture, we have talked about like, what was the harm of them? Like, they're not doing anything. They're actually doing great jobs. They're opening hospitals. They're opening schools. They're doing vocational training, you know, offering like micro projects for people to start businesses. Why? Like, they're doing great job in the society. So why are we being against them? Why do we say that this is wrong what they're doing? Now, what they're doing of good work is good. We're not saying that they're not doing good, but legally, is it right that they do that as a conditional way in order to convert people to Christianity? And what is the harm from that? I talked about the social and the doctoral, like, you know, and the harm from from a religious perspective. Now I'm going to be talking about it from a political perspective. Now, yes, have evangelism resulted in killing innocents? You know, yes, they did. And we see that like over the history, starting with the Crusades. They killed over 9 million people in the Middle East. They didn't care if that's a Muslim or that's a Christian or that's even a Jew. They didn't care. Like when, you know, I have my ancestors are Christian Arab, right? And many of them were killed by Crusades, because the Crusades, they didn't care, you know, that you're Christian or not. They just came and they committed genocide to take the land and to, you know, to steal the resources of that land, taking gold and all of that. Subhanallah. The Protestants, we think that the Protestants are, you know, are pacifists. No, they're not. They killed over 4,000 of the Anabaptists in the 16th century. The immigrants of the British and the Europeans who came to United States, you know, for the sake of the freedom of religion, they killed about 54.4 million Native Americans in the 15th century. Over 300 million were killed by the wars, by the United States, who we call that is a Christian country, right? Especially in Iraq and Afghanistan, you know. Now, because America also is supporting Israel, we have over 156,000 Palestinians killed, you know, because they are supporting Israel and they are funding Israel as well. Some of them were my ancestors. You know, when my grandparents were living in Palestine, and they're Christian and they're Protestant Christian. They're not actually Eastern Christians. Okay, they lived next to the Tiberian Sea. And in 1946, when the Jews came, they demolished my grandfather's house and they took his land by force. We still have lands that we haven't claimed until now, right? And so they sought asylum in Jordan. And so did actually evangelism resulted in killing innocent? Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Thousands of people, and way more than what the Muslims actually caused over the history. So now the next thing that I want to discuss, I don't have the time, man. What is the relationship between the Christian evangelism and supporting Israel? what is the relationship between the Christian evangelism and supporting Israel? This is going to be our next, I'm going to take only 5 minutes. We'll come back at 45, and please give me only 3 points. Jazakumullah khair. Let's go ahead and break into rooms. Barakallah fiik. So I'm sending everyone an invitation. Please accept that invitation into the, to the discussion group. All right. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you for coming back. So let's go ahead with the brothers first, and then we'll go with the sisters. So brother Abu Bakr, are you there? So what is the relationship, evangelism with the establishment of the State of Israel?
The brother said that I will take over. I think the brother
Okay.
is not there. Brother Abu Bakr is not there. One of the main things is when I do a lot of da'wah to non-Muslim, to Christians, they believe that when Jesus comes, everyone's going to bow to Jesus. All knees will bow to Jesus. So according to them, the Jews, the Christians, everybody will become Christians. So this is why they're hastening it so that Jesus can come. Now I always ask them a question: are they going to do a timeshare when they come? Because Jesus is going to be one Messiah, and the Jews is waiting for another Messiah. So they believe that, everybody's going to bow down to them. Now, the other point as well is that they misrepresent one verse in the Bible, which applies to Abraham, where it says. I'm paraphrasing. Whoever would bless you will be blessed, and whoever will curse you will be cursed. Something like that or whatever. Actually, we Muslims are the one who give salam to Ibrahim alayhi salam in every salah. So we are the ones who are supposed to be blessed. So they believe that this applies to Israel. So instead of applying it to Abraham, they believe that it applies to Israel. And there's another good point that the brother raised, and I was trying to summarize it. Brother, can you just mention the point? I think it was Brother Jafar or something. I can't remember. You raised the point, and I forgot about that. We had 3 points, and then I
It's
forgot
fine.
one.
No, it's okay. Yeah, no, just Jazakallah khair. I think the sisters actually will also be continuing. Probably they have some points also to add to your points, inshallah. Sister Alfiya, go ahead.
Okay, so our 3 points were, so first of all, Zionism. So one of the sisters, Sister Doha's sister said, as she studied it, basically the evangelicals changed the Bible when Israel was created so that it serves the interest of Israel. And the Bible of the evangelicals is very different than before. The interpretations are very different from the original testaments. So that was our first point. The second point is the Christians and the evangelical Christians in Israel working together because they want to spread and conquer, kind of take over, because they want to convert people. So they basically see Islam and Muslims as enemy, and so they kind of want to take over. Right. So it's like a joint enemy. They've kind of said, okay, Islam is the enemy and we're going to fight it together. And so they come up with all these anti-Muslim messaging. And the third point we have is that basically it's also, it's related because it's basically funding colonialism and the war machine. The two largest manufacturers of weapons are Israel and the United States. And those are 3 points.
Yeah, Jazakallah khair. Yes, may Allah reward you. Yeah, thank you so much for all your input. And this is so true, subhanAllah. Now, for us as Muslims, we really don't have any problem with the Jews themselves as a lineage, as a religion. We don't have a problem with that. We live, as I said, my grandmother, she's still alive until now. She's about 90 years old. And she said, like, back then, we did not distinguish between, and she's from Jerusalem, by the way. She's an indigenous from Jerusalem, from Palestine, Jerusalem. And she said, like, we did not distinguish between a Muslim and Christian and Jew. We were all together, happy together. We were fine until the Israeli came, the Zionists came, and they took our land, and they kind of like spread that prejudice between each other, where they start fighting with each other. So it is actually a political thing more than it is religion. But of course, the Zionists, they are playing on the strings of religion in order to lure people and make them to support them. And that took hundreds of years until they did that, before even before even the World War I. And then after that, of course, they always talk about the the genocide that happened with the Jews in Germany and so on. And we feel for them, but they are not the only ones that they were killed. And we feel bad that happened to them. But also that doesn't give them the right to come and conquer a country that it is not for them, anymore, because they think that, okay, it was for Abraham, peace be upon him, at the beginning. And Abraham, there's a covenant between him and God, and told him that you're going to take this land. But again, Allah says, and God said, that you will take the land as long as you are following my commands, and as long as you are following the nomos, right? And this is also in Deuteronomy, when Moses spoke to his people in Deuteronomy 26, and he told them that follow my rules and follow my orders, and I will give you the land from Euphrates to the Nile. But if you start, drifting away from the nomos and from the Sharia, nomos means Sharia in Arabic, right? Then I will have other nations to take over this land, and you will be humiliated. And that's actually happened back in the time of Sayyidina Sulaiman at the Solomon time, when they actually took the whole land from the Euphrates all the way to the Nile. And God fulfilled that promise with them, because they actually followed God's rules. But after Sulaiman, peace be upon him, his two sons, they had this materialistic desire to have the land just for themselves. They didn't care about the nomos and for this. And so what happened is, there was the country, or the state of Solomon, has been split into two. We have the Israel, that is called Israel, and then because there are 10 tribes, and then we have the two tribes on the bottom, and those were the Benjamin and Judas. And because Judas have more population uh, than uh, than Benjamin, and so that's why they're called the kingdom of Judas. And that's why this is where the Jews came from, because after that we have all these exiles that happen via, like, by the Babylon. Well, first the Assyrian, and then like I put over here, in the 8th century we have the Assyrians took Israelites into captivity, and then we have the Babylon in the 6th or 7th century, and then after that we have and then we have the Persians, and then after the Persians we have the Roman Empire at the time of Jesus in the Hellenistic era, right? And then, but again, they kept. The thing is, you see over here in Matthew 21:43, it says, Jesus say to them, therefore I say to you, the kingdom of God will be taken away from you and given to a people producing its fruit, that they're going to be following God's rules. And those, since Jesus, yes, he was by lineage, he was a Jew, right? But also he was a Muslim, because he submitted to only one God. And as Muslims, we believe that Jesus, peace be upon him, was a Muslim, and he was following God, and he was a monotheist, and he believed in one God, and he prayed like the Muslims, right? And we talked about this back then when we talked about Christianity, and we talked about the doctrine of the Christianity. And then, subhanallah, and Jesus told them that we're going to give it to other people, and those people actually were the Muslims. And the Muslims took that, at the time of the Muslims. And for the longest time, when the Muslims ruled Jerusalem and other countries, Jews, Christians, and Muslims were living together in peace and tranquility. There was no problem between them until, of course, the official the Balfour Declaration, the official Balfour Declaration 1917, saying that we're going to give the land to the Jews. And by the way, just FYI, most of the Jews that they are immigrants from Europe, they are not Jews by lineage. They were like either Russian or Slovak or something, that they claimed to be Jews because they wanted a land, and they came down and they were not Jews. But the indigenous Jews that they were in the land of Palestine, and I don't call it Israel because call it Palestine, right? Those are the original people, and they were living in peace with the Muslims and Christians. There was no problem, there were no discrimination, nothing until 1948, when the British gave the state of Israel. And of course, they demolished the houses of the Palestinians. I'm talking about Christians and Muslims. They took their land and they demolished their house and they get them out. And you see many of these Palestinians that they carry this key, and this is the key of their home, because they have a hope that they're going to come back to their own country. And this is what is happening, right? The deviation between, or the separation between the Jews and the Palestinians. Now, what Christians believe, that there's going to be a time when Jesus is going to come back. Now, Jews don't believe in the first coming of Jesus, but they believe that there is a Messiah, that who is going to come, and he's going to give victory to those Israelis or those Jews, and is going to be the king for them. Same thing also, Christians, they believe in the second coming. That was like the first one who came was Jesus, and he's going to come back again, and he's going to make the believers be the supreme over the other people, right? And I'm going to show you, yesterday I was talking about that at the end of the lecture, that this is the book of Revelation. And you see over here, the book of Revelation is very symbolic, and sometimes it is not understood by the massive of the Christians. So what they believe is, so they made like a map, like a, what do you call, a timeline map of what is happening, whether like is what is happening in the heaven or in like in hellfire, and then also all these plagues that they're going to have, the plagues that they're going to have at the end of the days. But I want you to pay attention to this green line over here. This is the green line. This is the timeline of Israel. So they were called the Israeli until probably the time of the Hellenistic time, about like the 4th century BC. And then they start to be called the Jews, right? And then after that, they were, because after the 70 AD, we had the great fire that happened, and the Solomon Temple was destroyed, right? Many of them, they were gone, and now they say that there is still a hope, because they believe in the revelation that we still have hope for the people of the Jews. Yes, they went astray, they left Jesus, they left the true religion, they're not following what they're supposed to be doing, right? But they believe that, hey, God is merciful, he's still going to bring them back, he's still going to give them the opportunity to repent and come back and become supreme over, and all the other Gentile nation, Gentile means non-Jews, are going to be blessed by them. And this is actually in Deuteronomy 28:13. And this is what they believe in. And you see over here, this is in Arabic. I actually translated it myself, but then also I wrote it over here in Arabic and English, and Arabic, sorry, as you see over here. So I actually magnified the image to see what is going on over here. So that's called the millennial age, where Jesus is going to come and he's going to rule for 1,000 years. And there are different school of thoughts about this. Like there are some differences between denominations and churches on what is going to happen, right? But this is what will happen. Now, what is our role as Muslims? What should we do? In our era, on what is happening right now. Now, we believe that God gave the message to the Muslims, and if that's going to happen, where God is going to give hope to the Jews, and He's going to make them, make them supreme. So, what is the natural thing to happen is those Jews to come back to the truth, right? And if you look at the nomos and the real teaching of God, you will see that it is not far away from the Muslim teaching or the Islamic teaching. So the natural thing to happen that if the Jews wanted to come back and become good people, where where Allah or God is going to be pleased with them, is just to come back to Islam. Okay, to become back to Islam. So what is our role as Muslims in our days? So one is to pray for the ones that they are oppressed, to pray for those people that they've been killed, tortured, their houses have been demolished, they're being sieged. Pray for the Palestinians, of course. Second is to keep resisting, keep our voice, out, talking about the things that exposing the, exposing the discrimination that is happening, exposing the things, the war crimes that is happening against those that they are oppressed. Also, the last thing is to hold tight on the promises of Allah. And we know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is going to give victory to those believers, right? To the ones who believe in Allah and follow his rules. And we know that one day Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is going to bring Jesus, and Jesus is going to show them the truth. There is a reason. I mean, there is a symbolic hadith of the Prophet ﷺ when Jesus is going to come. What is he going to do? He's going to break the cross, kill the swine, and what is the third thing? And kill the Antichrist, right? And the Antichrist is really the doctrine is that against Islam, right? This is a symbolic thing. And by the way, yes, it could be also the real thing. And yes, it is a real thing. We do believe in that. Break the cross, it doesn't mean like he's going to bring like a piece of wood and break it. But no, what it means, like he's going to correct the doctrine of the Christians and show them the truth of Jesus Christ and the truth of Islam. And then we have the kill the swine, because the Christians made eating the pork and eating the haram thing to make it as halal, and he's going to show them the truth and show them that this is the right that what they were doing is wrong, because they changed the religion and they altered the words of Allah, right? Now, the next thing I want to talk about, and that would be probably like our last thing. I'm sorry that I'm going a little bit over time, so give me just 10 minutes over the time, please. Inshallah, we'll be closing for today. What we call the Creative Access Platform. And I have been talking about this, during my lectures, those people that they enter and live in countries where the conventional missionary work is restricted by using legitimate roles such as teaching, business, humanitarian work, healthcare, or another profession, while also seeking opportunities to share the Christian faith. And by the way, they get paid for doing that. I'm not talking about, okay, someone who is Christian who has the passion and he just wants to share his belief with with a Muslim person. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about paid Christians. They are on payrolls, that they come to Muslim countries and they're getting paid to be Christian missionaries. At the same time, they are also doctors and teachers under undercover Christian missionaries. Is that ethical or not? Is that ethical or not? We see even the FBI is doing that by, they pay people to pretend they are converts and reverts. And I'm not saying that all converts are like that, but be careful, right? There are some converts that they say that they're converts, but they are actually getting paid to be in the mosques, to see if the mosques are teaching any kind of radical ideologies, or that they are promoting any kind of terrorist ideology and things like that. And subhanallah, and they've been reported to the FBI. Like the FBI plant them in the mosques just to be returned back to the FBI. Subhanallah, right? This is so funny. So is Creative Access Platform is ethical? Of course, it is not ethical, because they're lying. They're not showing that, if there are Christian missionaries that are going to come, let's say to Jordan, okay, I have no problem with that. They're welcome to come. But in return, what they need to do is they have to expose themselves and say that they're Christian missionaries. Not only that, we need other Muslims We need other Muslims who are well educated, who are willing to sit with them and do debates with them and talk to them about Islam. Just like the Christians, they're having their missions, right? But in return, that we have the right as Muslims is to refute what they say, in a civil way, in arguing with them, and in also, exposing what they're saying and what they talk in a respectful manner. I'm not saying that, hey, we should actually just shove them around and just like, insult them. No, I'm not talking about that. In a civil way, just like we did our workshop last time, was 2 months ago, when we did about how to make a successful dialogue with Christian in a respectful way, in a loving way, showing them the truth from their own Bible, right? Showing them the truth. This is what we should do. They deceive people. They disrespect also the culture itself. Like they disrespect the people that they are living in that, let's say, village or city, right? And they do not they always look down at them as they are better than them. And they spy on them because they learn their culture, they learn their language, they try to find the openings to them. So many of them, they are also agents for the government, and they are spies. And of course, those are, illegal to be in that country. Right. So how do we deal with them? How do we deal with them? We deal with them just like what the Quran says. We go back to the source. What did Allah says about them, and how should we deal with them? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, accepting are those with whom you made treaty among the polytheists, and then they have not been deficient toward you in anything, or supporting anyone against you. Like if we have, let's say, a Christian missionary who has, let's say, he came to the country legally because he's a teacher, he is an ESL language teacher, he's a doctor, he's whatever he is, right? So complete for them their treaty until their term has ended. Indeed, Allah loves righteous who fear them. And we just be there for them, and we should actually be the ones who are calling them to Islam and showing them the true religion of Islam. So as long as they are upright toward you, be upright toward them. Indeed, Allah loves the righteous who fear him. That's what the Quran says in Surah At-Tawbah. Now, the last thing I want to talk about are the Christian. Yesterday, Brother Amir actually mentioned this twice about the C1 to C6 spectrum, and the church contextualization of the different types of Christians that they live among the Muslim societies. And we have a whole study about that. If you can take this C1 to C6 spectrum, Christ-centered Muslim community descriptions. So the first one are G1, or we call C1. They're a church foreign to the community in both culture and language. So for example, let's say that there is a Gulf country, let's say Kuwait or UAE, which are like almost zero indigenous Christian in there, but there are some immigrant Christians, not immigrant, but let's say also like some foreigner Christians, like let's say from Egypt or from Syria or Jordan or Palestine, or even like from Europe. So they built churches for them. And of course, they are different than the culture of the Gulf country. Let's say British people that they live in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, and they have their own meetings that they do their biblical studies. So those are considered C1 society inside the Muslim society, that they don't speak their language, they have a different culture. We have C2. Those are basically the Christian Arab, especially in the Levant side of the world, like let's say in the Middle East, like Egypt, Jordan, Palestine. They speak the same language, they have the same culture, but they always isolate themselves from the Muslim community, and they don't want to associate themselves with the Muslim community. So they have their own, there are some terminologies that they say. Like for example, in as Muslims, we say inshallah, right? As like God willing. No, well, Christians, they have the same thing, but instead of saying inshallah, they say insha'ar-Rabb, means the Lord willing. You know what I mean? Like this. So they instead of saying assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you. And by the way, in the Bible, when Gabriel came to Mary, he said, peace be upon you. He said, Assalamu alaikum for her. But instead of saying Assalamu alaikum, they say Assalamu lakum, means peace be to you. Okay, so they changed some of the terminology so they can isolate themselves, and they want to distinguish themselves from the Muslims. And those are actually C2 type. And there is a C3 type that they are more involved in the Muslim culture. Like, let's say the Indian Muslims, you see that they dress like the Muslims. They do like my grandmother back then. She used to wear a hijab back in the days, when she was now she died, my father's father, but she used to be a Christian, but she used to wear a hijab just like the Muslims. By the way, she used to cover her head and wear modest clothes, right? And then we have C4. They are like C3 with some biblical acceptable Islamic practices. So let's go to Eritrea, for example, or to like the Coptic Eritrean churches. They prostrate on the ground in the church in front of the icon of Jesus or Mary, just like the Muslims, just like them, like the Muslims. But of course, they prostrate to Jesus or prostrate to the icon of Mary. We have C5, and this is what many of the Christian missionaries trying to accomplish, is that they want the Muslims to accept Jesus Christ, but to keep them as they are. If they are, you go to their churches, those are called the Isawi Muslims. And this is in Pakistan, by the way, where you see their churches look just like a masjid. They don't have any benches. They don't have any chairs where they sit on them. They sit on the floor, right? And they have, you see the pastor is standing on the pulpit and speaking like a Friday sermon, right? And when they prostrate like the Muslims. And they, by the way, some of them, they pray towards the Kaaba too, like as the Qibla, right? And so those are called the Isawi Muslims, and that's what they're trying to do also with those secluded and isolated, Muslim communities. They don't want them to transition to become like Western or Christians. They want them to be, comfortable with their own culture, but to change their ideologies and make them Christians. And then we have the C6. Those are the secret believers, undercover believers, because they have been facing discrimination and discrimination and hostility. Like, for example, let's say the Saudi Christians, or like, let's say Irani Christians, or something like those. Those are the Muslims that they turn to be Christians, and they don't want to be like publicized, and they're always like undercover because they're scared that they're going to be killed. And those are the C6 Christians. And those are the, now the last thing is like, how do we combat evangelism? How do we combat evangelism? I know that I went over time, and I am so sorry about that. How do we combat evangelism? This is supposed to be a discussion between you guys, because I would like to hear your your input in this. We have different way that we can combat evangelism in a peaceful, pacifist way, activist way, without being hostile against them. And Islam never encourage us to go and kill a missionary, never encourage us to, be hostile against those Christian missionaries. And by the way, we have different stories at the time of Prophet Muhammad that Christian missionaries come to Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, like the people of Najran, that they came to Prophet Muhammad SAW, and they tried to evangelize the Prophet Muhammad SAW. And Prophet Muhammad was doing a discussion with them and a debate with them. Some of them, they became Muslim. And what is interesting, that he invited them into the masjid, and he was doing it into the masjid with them, into the mosque. And he was talking to them about Islam while they were trying to convert him to Christianity, right? We have also another one. What's the name of the person who was actually late to go to the he was late to go to the ghazw, to the battle with the Prophet Muhammad SAW, and the Prophet SAW was angry of him because he didn't go and fight. And then there was a Christian missionary who came to him, and he was trying to evangelize him, and he told him, come to Syria and become Christian. We'll give you all the type of shelter and and safety that you need. And that Muslim actually, he rejected them. He just rejected them, and let them go. He did not kill them. He did not fight with them, right? So we have great examples on how the Muslims actually, debated with we have Al-Baji. He's one of the greatest scholars at the time of Andalusia, when the Christians were being dominant over the Muslims, and they started to be Islamophobes and threatening the Muslims and throwing misconceptions. Al-Baji was the first one to author a book to answer the misconceptions on and the threats of the Christians on Islam. Subhanallah. So he used the intellectual way in order to combat them. So how can we combat them? First of all, is emphasizing love. Remember when I told you yesterday, not I told you that Hibatullah came and she spoke about her story, and she said like how the Muslims are, they don't talk about love. They always talk about haram, haram, haram. They don't talk about Allah's love. They don't talk about Allah's mercy. They always talk about haram, right? So this is a time for us as Muslims that we change the dialogue. We change the way that we are speaking. While the Christians always talk about love, the love of Jesus. Although, like, if I tell them, like, what is my eternity if I don't believe in Jesus, they wouldn't even tell you that you're going to hellfire. Although, in their religion, in their belief, that if you are a non-Christian, you go to hellfire, but they don't talk about it. Why? Because they are trained to only speak about the positive thing. Now, for us as Muslims, we are realistic and we have to talk about Allah's punishment. And because we are real and we are fair, we are just, we have to talk just like we talk about Allah's punishment, we should also talk about Allah's love and Allah's wanting us, that He is calling us to Dar es Salam, to Jannah, right? To the eternal life, to the eternity. But why we don't see our like our leaders talk about this? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, and when those come to you who believe in our verses, say, peace be upon you. Your Lord has decreed upon himself mercy, that any of you who does wrong out of ignorance and then repent after that and corrects himself, indeed he is forgiving and merciful. Second, be a role model. I go back to the, just like we said, like, how are we going to be, combating Islamophobes? Also, how to be a good Muslim by your manners. And Allah says in the Quran, and those who say, our Lord grant us from among our wives and offspring comfort to our eyes and make us an example for the righteous. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us good Muslims, good citizens, that we show the reality and the true Islam. Third thing is good parenting, and to build the correct doctrine in the hearts of our children. This is very important, is to raise proud Muslim Americans who are proud of their identity as Muslims and Americans. Allah says, the Imam al-Ghazali says, he's one of the greatest scholars, he says the child is a trust placed in the hands of his parents. His pure heart is a precious jewel, free from any image or impression, and it is open to whatever is engraved upon it and inclined toward whatever it is guided to. If he is accustomed to goodness, he will grow up with it, and both he and his parents will be happy in this world and the hereafter. But if he is accustomed to evil, what happened? And neglected like an animal, he will be miserable and perish, and the sin will be upon the guardian responsible for him. Just as the body is not created complete at first, but reaches perfection and strength through nourishment, likewise the soul is created incomplete yet capable of perfection, and it attains that perfection through upbringing, refinement, and character and nourishment with knowledge. How beautiful these words are. Number 4 is seeking knowledge. If you want me to go and, let's say, make a successful dialogue with a Christian, with an atheist, with a non-Muslims, even with a Muslim that is ignorant, I have to have the knowledge to be able to speak with them. Allah says in the Quran, only those fear Allah from among his servants who have knowledge. Indeed, Allah is exalted in might and forgiveness. Number 5 is calling to Islam. If you're going to just sit passively, just, oh, I'm just going to grow up, get my degree, go and work, and that's all what I'm doing, eat, drink, sleep, and that's my life, then subhanallah, what is the purpose of this life, right? As a Muslim, I should be active also, showing my religion, sharing my belief. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, and one who invites to Allah by his permission and eliminating them. Number 6, dialogues and debates, حوارات ومناظرات, dialogue and debates. Sorry, I messed up. I misspelled debates. Okay, I'm like, what? Okay, let me just fix that. Okay, so finally, dialogues and debates. Of course, it's very important. Sorry about that. It's very important that we have a successful dialogue with those people, to open that dialogue and talk to people about Islam, showing them the truth. And this is actually all in a friendly way, just like how Allah has taught us in the Quran. Allah says, and do not argue with the people of the scriptures, meaning the Christians and Jews, except in a way that is best, except for those who commit injustice among them, and say, we believe in that which has been revealed to us and revealed to you, and our God and your God is one, and we are Muslims in submission to him. We have also, the last thing is legal monitoring. And this is actually supposed to be targeted mostly for the Muslim countries, who don't have Christians. And even if they have Christians, subhanallah, we have, let's say, in Egypt and in Jordan, we have what do you call it? We have monasteries, right? And the monasteries always receive money through donations and things like that. And by the way, the government does not have any monitoring on them. They don't watch them. They don't do anything. And that's actually from the tolerance of the Muslims and Islam and the government of Islam. And we shouldn't actually do that, because our job is not to spy on them. They're free to do whatever they want in their monasteries, in their churches, and as long as they don't harm anyone, they're free to worship whatever they want. I'm talking about those people who come from overseas as Christian missionaries, and they try to change the culture, try to change the language, change the way of living, and also changing even the Eastern churches, because many of these Eastern churches, they're trying to turn them to be like the Western churches, right? So these what I'm talking about, legal monitoring, to be careful about those people who come from overseas and outside to to change in this. And the Prophet, peace be upon him, said, a believer is not stung twice by something out of one the same hole. So that's my I'm sorry, I didn't have the time to continue. I would love to hear your input on this. And please, if you have any question, I'm going to stay here, inshallah. If you would like to go, you're welcome to do so. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك. If Brother Abu Bakr is here, would like to do our closing dua, inshallah, like yesterday, I would really appreciate it. I think he's not here. Anybody from the brothers would like to do our closing dua? Like Brother Amir or Brother Abdurrahman, anyone would like to do our closing dua, inshallah? Jazakumullah khair.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Oh, Brother Abu Bakr, there is a, yeah, here you go.
There's a feedback.
Yeah, go ahead. No, hold on. There is an echo. I think you're opening Yeah.
Yeah,
One
it's
of them
better
has
now.
to be. Yes, thank you.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much. All right. اللهم إنا نسألك بأن لك الحمد لا إله إلا أنت وحدك لا شريك لك يا المنان يا بديع السماوات والأرض يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. اللهم ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم وتوب علينا يا مولانا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم. اللهم ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب. اللهم يا مقلب القلوب ثبت قلوبنا على الإيمان يا مقلب القلوب ثبت قلوبنا على دينك يا مقلب القلوب ثبت قلوبنا على حب نبينا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم يا مقلب القلوب ثبت قلوبنا على حبك وحب من يحبك والعمل الذي يبلغنا ويقربنا إلى حبك وحبيبنا إليك وإلى ملائكتك وإلى أنبيائك وإلى جميع خلقك. اللهم أنت أمتنا بالدعاء وعليك الإجابة فهنال الضعفاء بفنائك نال الفقراء بفنائك ونال المساكين بفنائك. ندعوك يا إلهنا فإنك أنت ربنا خلقتنا ونحن عبادك ونحن على أهدك ووعدك ما استطعنا نعوذ بك من شر ما صنعنا ونبوء لك بنعمتك علينا ونبوء بذنوبنا فاغفر لنا بمغفرة ورحمة من عندك فإنه لا يغفر الذنوب إلا أنت. فإنا نسألك ونشهد بأنك أنت الله أنت ربنا الذي لا إله إلا أنت الأحد الصمد الذي لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد أن تغفر لنا ذنوبنا جميعا وتقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم. فإنا نسألك ونشهد بأنك أنت الله نسألك بأن لك الحمد لا إله إلا أنت وحدك لا شريك لك يا المنان يا بديع السماوات والأرض يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك نشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت نستغفرك ونتوب إليك وصلى الله على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين.
آمين آمين آمين. جزاكم الله خيرا. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك. You are welcome to log out and leave. I'm going to be sending you like a survey. If you have attended today and yesterday, please send me by WhatsApp your name, your full name in Arabic and in English, and with your email, so I can send you your certificate that you have attended the intensive course of Introduction to Missiology. I'm so sorry that the time has has hit us. We could not finish everything. But as I said, this is a whole course. This is supposed to be a 4 months course. Like, this is not something. And mashallah, you have been really cooperative with me, and that I was afraid that it's going to be like overwhelming. But mashallah, jazakallah khair or for attending, all of you. And please send me your name, your full name with your email, so I can send you today your certificate. And please make dua for me. I'm trying to find a job, so may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make it easy for me. And inshallah,
Amen.
inshallah,
Amen.
also I'm going to be starting my master's degree tomorrow. So tomorrow would be my first day, towards my master's degree. So make dua for me. Ameen ya Rabbil Alameen. Jazakumullah khair all for coming, and may Allah bless you. And I love you all for the sake of Allah. And just like you make dua for me, I make dua for you, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give you whatever you desire in your heart, and increase your iman and make you steadfast in Islam, and make you also a good da'is and a lantern in this dark world. Subhanallah. Jazakumullah khair. Anyone has any question, please raise your hand. I am going to be here. I'm not going to leave for another maybe like 15 minutes answering questions. If you want to leave, you are welcome to do so. This is actually recorded on YouTube, so if you have missed anything of the lectures, you can go back to YouTube and you can go and hear it and listen to the lectures, inshallah. And may Allah bless you. Jazakumullah khair. Yeah. Now, until I have another question, I see some people are writing. Ali is saying, when Jews were attacked in Europe, they moved to Islamic world in the Palestine. There are more than 600,000 Moroccan Jews and about 450 Jews from Iraq. That's true. They were living in the Islamic world protected. And until now, in Morocco, we have actually a high percentage of Jews still living in Morocco, by the way. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Go ahead, Brother Abu Bakr.
Yeah, sister, I wanted to ask a question regarding this course. As you made mention, it's about 4 months pack kind of course. Is it a postgraduate course? Because I'm looking forward for a master's program. I have my degree, but it's not in Islamic studies. It's in the business sciences. That's human resource. But I want to have a qualification in what we call it in Islamic specialized field.
So you'd like to be to have a degree with that. Honestly, in America, it's a little bit costly. If I would go with IOU, for example, with Dr. Bilal Phillips. He has a good school and it's a very solid aqidah, mashallah. I would go. I know some people would say that he's a Salafi and he's a little bit strict, but still, I would say that he is one of those people that they are, they are, we call it, what's the word for it? That they are not too strict and they're not too loose. Moderate, right?
Moderate, yes,
Yeah,
yes,
moderate. Yeah, they are very moderate, wasati, right? There is also another school in Indonesia that they teach also online, and they are very affordable. Now, my master degree, I'm not actually, I'm not studying Islamic studies. My master degree in game development and computer science. So that's what I'm going to be
That's
doing,
beautiful.
inshallah.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, because I have two degrees I have two bachelor degrees, one in Islamic studies and one in Islamic studies and the other one in game development. So that's what I was doing for a living until I got laid off last month. My contract ended, so I'm looking for
Ended,
another
okay.
job, inshallah. Yeah.
Inshallah, Allah will give you a bigger contract than that
Ameen,
business.
ya Rabbi, ameen. But I can look for you, brother Abu Bakr,
Sorry.
inshallah. Yeah.
Inshallah.
Yeah, go ahead, brother
Inshallah.
Jafar. How are you? Yeah. Brother Jafar, I can hear your voice. Go ahead.
Yo, now remember.
Actually,
Your voice is cut off. SubhanAllah. I can't hear anything, brother Jafar.
developed.
I can't hear anything, my brother.
Okay, assalamu alaikum now.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Now, I actually work for the organization,
MashaAllah.
and I design some training programs. And today and yesterday, I actually found a lot which I think I'll benefit from. The most important thing which I didn't have, we don't have in our programs is this psychology aspect of talking to people. These people do reading someone, knowing exactly what to say to someone, the trauma aspects and stuff. There should be a kind of training that's headed in that direction.
Yeah.
We have the direction of this is what you tell them about the Aqidah, this is how you defend Islam, this is how you present Islam, psychological level. That is the da'wah, but just to talk to someone. So what do you have for that? Do you have like a course, a book or something which we could actually all benefit from?
I don't have a course about this, subhanallah. Jazakallah khair for doing this. But I remember back in 2014, 2015, ISNA convention in Houston, it was August 2015, I believe. The whole theme was about the mental health, the Islamic mental health. And I think this is a new aspect and a new field that now Muslims are actually exploring on, getting into the psychology and making it to be related to Islam, because for the longest time, always they want to say that if someone is depressed, they say, oh, just pray to Allah, just be patient, and so on, right? But we have some clinical depression that it needs attention from a doctor. It's not just like because someone just lost a loved one, or just because someone has some kind of abuse by their husband or something like that. No, we have clinical mental health issues that is supposed to be looked at. And also, like when a trauma hit, or or happen. And so now we have also groups of psychologists and counselors that they are willing to help people, Muslims that they are going through trauma and some mental issues. There are different websites on that. One of them is Maps. Let me show you something on the website here. So I'm just going to open over here Map, which is the Muslim Association of Psychology Services. That's it right here. And this is in America, in North America. You see, it says Maps, Dallas, and Fort Worth, and you can find a therapist, by the way. This is in DFW area. There is Austin, Houston, Georgia, blah, blah, all of that. And if you go down, you see all these ones that they are affiliated with the Muslim psychologists, and depending also on the area where you live, you can actually pick and choose your, some of them, they will do it for free. Some of them, they will do it, of course, with insurance. Some of them, they will take like a low, you know, a small fee for their work, because I mean, of course, like they're doing it for a living, right? So they expect that you're going to pay for them. And some of them, they do it just for free, subhanAllah. So yeah, it is very important. And IOU, by the way, the Islamic Online University or the International Online University, now they have a whole department for the Islamic psychology, because this is something that it has to be taught and it's very important. So yeah, Jazakallah khair, Brother Amir, for that. I see, by the way, Brother Abu Bakr, if you read the comments in the chat, some of them are actually suggesting good schools for you. So you can actually see that, like Zad Academy, they say it's free. We have also in Malaysia. I know someone who's from Jordan who has a PhD in Islamic studies and PhD in psychology from Malaysia, Malaysia, right? You call it Malaysia or Malaysia? It depends on the accent. What do you say? Yeah, Brother Jamal, I see that you are on mute. Go ahead.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'd like to say Jazakallah khair. I mean, that was a very nice, nice course. I've been following some of your other stuff that you've done on the internet. I'm a student of Dr. Bilal Phillips' course on IU. I joined about 15 years ago. I done 4 years, and then in the last semester I dropped out. So I'm back on it again now to finish my course. So inshallah, this is my last semester where I'll be doing my thesis. The brother who wants who is looking for a university to join, I would advise him to take that course. It is massive. It is beautiful. The things that you learn on there, Allahu Akbar. You know, before, I mean, I'm into knowledge and I love studying, but the things that I learned on that course is magnificent, mashallah. May Allah bless him. May Allah give him Jannah, inshallah, Dr. Bilal. Actually, I'm in the same country as him. I'm in Qatar, and I know him very well. I just wanted to ask you for some advice. I'm finishing my course now. I'm going to be doing my this semester. I'm going to be doing my dissertation. Now I'm very much into comparative religion. For so many years, I'm even writing a book about Jesus and everything. Like, you know, I'm so much into comparative religion. Now the fact is, there are no actual Muslim universities who actually have a master's in comparative. All of them. No, all of them have got other subjects plus the comparative with it as well. But an actual whole master's in comparative, they don't have it. Even Dr. in the IOU, they don't have it. I asked Dr. Bilal's son, and he said, no, they don't have it. Do you know any universities that do online comparative where I can do?
I don't know online, but I know in Jordan they do have the University of Jordan, and there's also the College of Al Mujtama. It's called the Islamic Society. They do have a whole department for religion comparison, and the founder of that religion comparison, many of you the Arab people know him. His name is Dr. Amjad Korsha. He is, mashallah, he's pioneer in all of these. And I actually, when I was in Jordan back in 2010, I went and I attended like a couple of classes of him, and he was actually teaching missiology, the one that I was teaching today, way before I was actually teaching it. So mashallah, there are some, but I don't know anything online, honestly. I don't. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah. But if you need any help, I'm here. My husband also, he's a sheikh, and he is also specialized in religion comparison. He has his own workshop for the Muslims on, trying to help those ones that they have doubts about Islam and Christian, and they're on the verge of becoming Christian. He does workshops with them, and so he is very specialized in this. And if you would like to also talk to him, he would be more than happy to talk to you, inshallah.
Okay,
Yeah.
another thing is, after having done bachelor's now in Islamic studies, is it advisable to, because if I'm going, for example, into comparative, now it's just going to be biblical, everything like, no Arabic, no nothing, like, So is it advisable to go that way, or to go into masters in Islamic studies?
Of course, I would say like your priority should be the Aqidah and Islamic studies, because you want to establish this Aqidah first. And yes, again, like if someone wants to study Christianity, this is a specialized subject, really. Like, and even when we do dawah, I always tell them, like, you don't have to be expert in Christianity in order to go and talk about Islam. No, because actually 90% of the population that we have, even here in America, they say that they're Christians, they say that they are from Christian background and that they were raised Christians. But if you talk to them about the Bible, they have no idea what I'm talking about. Like, I have a couple of pastors, they told me that you know about Christianity more than us. You know about the Bible more than us. I even have one of the pastors that he gave me a gift of the Bible, and it has my name on it with like a golden, in a golden, they call it with a golden, ink, right? And because he wanted to make it like this is a personal, like this is your personalized Bible, because he wants me to read it and so on, right? And he told me flat out in my face, he said, you know about the Bible and what is in the Bible more than me. And he's a pastor. So I'm telling you, like, you don't really need to know Christianity unless if this is a subject that you love to study, like you love to study biology or physics or something like that, you can do that. But it's like what is the benefit from there? Yeah, right. So the benefit is to learn how to make us dialogue with the Christians. But I'm telling you, like, every 100 of those Christians that you're going to be talking with about Islam, maybe one of them that he would have the courage to speak with you from the Bible. You know what I mean? Or like have knowledge from the Bible. So it's better just to focus on your studies with your relationship with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the knowledge of Allah, Yeah.
Allah Jazakallah khair.
Yeah.
And your book, The Maps, is
Dalil
it
al-Tanseer,
yeah?
yes.
You have the actual, what's the name as well, isn't it? The videos and everything. I
Yes.
followed the whole series of that. It was beautiful. The thing is that
Jazakallah
it's
khair.
not letting me acquire it from Amazon. It's saying it's not available in my country or something. I don't
I will send
understand.
it to you
I
as a
want
PDF. You know what? Just send me your name and
okay. Right.
your email, and please send me also like a request, like I want the book. If you want it,
Right.
I have it in Arabic. It's about 570
I
pages.
downloaded the Arabic as well. I downloaded
Okay.
the Arabic, but
Yeah.
the English one, I
The
can't seem.
English,
It's
yeah.
not
The English, I
available
don't have
on
it in
Kindle.
English. No, I don't have it in English.
No,
And by the way, the book is outdated. I really have to, because I wrote it back in 2013. So all the statistics and all the numbers. And by the way, we didn't have the website of the people group. We only had at the time the Joshua project. And so all the information are very outdated. Right now, I need to actually go back and revise the book and maybe I will make it as a dissertation for my PhD. You never know, right? Inshallah. But yeah,
because
I can send it to you. It has the
I
same
actually
principles.
listening all day. I just went through it. I went through it, the YouTube that you have, one after the other, and I listened to it. And then I said, "But I have to get the book. Like, it's very good. Me myself, I can teach from it as well." So I tried to acquire it, but I wasn't able to. But Jazakallah khair, is very, very nice, and may Allah bless you, inshallah.
Mashallah. Jazakallah khair,
Okay.
Brother Jamal. May Allah bless you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
وإياك.
بارك الله
Okay,
فيك.
inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. Anybody else has any question or anything? Inshallah, I have Sister Duha say, I suggest we share our expertise as a resource. If someone is willing to, my name is Duha. I am in the field of business marketing and business analysis. And also I can help with training and coaching and entrepreneurs advising. My number is my email, Duha. Jazakallah khair, Sister Duha. May Allah live in Middletown, Delaware. Willing to support. Jazakallah khair. Thank you for your help. All right. Jazakallah khair. Anyone would like to speak or have a question about our subject? Inshallah.
Sorry, can I just quickly tell that brother again that was looking for somewhere to study? If you want to go on a good course, go on the IOU course. It's beautiful. For 4 years, it was just knowledge. Yeah, so not because I'm a friend of Dr. Bilal, but like, you know, I'm saying that out of honesty, out of sincerity. For 4 years, I studied a lot. I learned a lot from that course. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, Dr. Bilal Phillips, I also know her, the sister who is, mashallah, she's a convert from Alabama. Even like when she speaks so southern, like you're like, it'll throw you off. Sister Jamila Campbell, she's the one who translated all his books to English. And mashallah, she's a beautiful soul. And I know a lot of people who actually worked with Dr. Bilal Phillips in person. I know him in person as well. You know, his school is very good. Also, if you would like to learn more about answering the misconceptions of Islam, you can go to the channel of Brother Fadil Suleiman. He has his videos in Arabic and in English, and he has a special a channel on YouTube. It's called Islamophobia. And just write Fadil Suleiman Islamophobia, and you will see all his videos in there answering many of the misconceptions and questions about Islam. Yeah, Jazakumullah khair. And also, you know, please don't forget to, if you can't, that's fine. You know, all the money goes 100% to the people that they are in need. I don't take any penny from that money. I'm just telling you, this course is for free. But if you'd like to donate and support our mission, you can go to our website, americanislamicdiversity.com or americanislamicdiversity.org. And this is our organization. We have the relief part and we have the educational part. Jazakumullah khair. All right. That's it. Jazakumullah khair. And I'm going to be sending you shortly your certificate, and also I will send you also a link of the survey. I would like to see your honest feedback. You don't have to write your name. Yes, it says name in there, but it is not a requirement. So you don't have to write your name. You don't have to write where you're from or your phone number. Just write your opinion on what you think of this course. And if there is anything that any critiques or any kind of feedback would like for me to improve myself, please go ahead and write it down, because that will help me a lot to assess myself, evaluate myself, and do better for the next time. Jazakumullah khair. All right, I'm going to be going right now. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace and blessings be upon